Welcome to 12th Annual MGEI Convention, Strengthening Discovery and Mining Culture. Welcome tomorrow. Discussion will start in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome to 12th Annual MGEI Convention, Strengthening Discovery and Mining Culture. Welcome tomorrow. Discussion will start in very soon. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Welcome to the 5th day of 12th MGEI Annual Convention, Strengthening Discovery and Mining Culture. Welcome tomorrow.
My name is Grace Catherine and my partner
Dinda Haka.
will be your mistresses of ceremony for this year's convention.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks God who give us strength and mercy so we can attend in this very special occasions without any obstacle. But before we begin our event today, let's start by praying. Pray according to your belief. Pray, begin. Finish.
Today we will look on the launching of IEDC, Indonesia Explorer Developer Collegium, where investor and project owner meet each other. So now let's take a look at the IEDC video. Here we go.
Wow, what a great video of IEDC. Now the committee would also like thank you for your continuous support to our sponsors.
There are PT Geofix Indonesia,
PT J Resources Nusantara as supervised sponsors,
PT Agincourt Resources,
PT Petrosi Tbk,
Sequent Australia Pty Limited as Terabyte sponsors,
PT Ceria Nugraha Indotama as Gigabyte sponsors,
PT Sumacorp,
PT Nusa Halmahera Mineral,
PT Pegadaian Persero Laboratorium Gemologi,
PT Sulawesi Cahaya Mineral,
PT Antam Tbk,
PT Vale Indonesia Tbk as Megabyte sponsors,
PT Timah Tbk,
PT Inalum,
PT Freeport Indonesia,
PT Merdeka Copper Gold Tbk,
Drilling Solution Indonesia,
PT Eksplorasi Nusa Jaya,
PT Indodrill Indonesia,
PT Sumbawa Timur Mining,
PT DNP Konsultan Indonesia as Kilobyte sponsors,
Cube Consulting,
and Geovariances as other.
Micromine Indonesia as our partner.
Fifth day of 12th MGEI Annual Convention is a special session as we are honored to have Bapak Ridwan Jamaluddin as Directorate General of Mineral and Coal, live from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Research Office to have a first keynote speaker and opening speech of the day. Here with us, Bapak Ridwan Jamaluddin, time is yours.
Thank you and very good morning everyone. Chairman of MGEI, Pak Budi Santoso, Head of the Geological Agency, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Dr. Eko Budi Lalono, distinguished speakers, moderator, participant of the 12th Annual Convention 2020 of the MGEI. Well, it's a very good morning, a very good opportunity for me to share a little bit of my view and some of the national policy on these mining activities in line with the theme of the annual convention, which is strengthening discovery and mining culture. I like the terminology mining culture actually. So ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me again as the Director General of Mineral and Coals to share my view again. And this event is a facility for me, for us to share our vision, our information, our plan, and to improve the synergy, coordination, as well as the cooperation among the stakeholders. I believe that today the government cannot just decide everything all alone, but we need to share our view before deciding any policy. However, I also would like to receive active information, active participation, active inputs from all the stakeholders. Needlessly to say that the minerals and coal resources in Indonesia are among the best in the world. However, we still have to work hard to improve the utilization, the availability, as well as the value addition to the mineral resources and coal resources as well. We believe that these resources play a vital role in the country's development and national economy, especially in securing energy, industrial feedstock, as well as a source of state revenue. The development of energy and mineral sector certainly requires prudent policy and regulation. One of the Indonesian mineral policy is the governance of licensing and implementation of exploration activities as mandated in Law Number 4, 2019, but then improved by the new law, Law Number 3, 2020. With this new law, as a matter of fact, the government would like to improve the business certainty, the clarity of the business process, the clarity of the requirement, as well as to facilitate the interministerial issues to improve the services to the companies, to the stakeholders. So, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of exploration, the task of conducting research, investigation, and services in the fields of geological resources, volcanology, and hazard mitigation, groundwater and environmental geology, as well as the geological survey, are carried out by the Geological Agency of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. That's why we have here Eko with us, so that he could also share his view, his plan with all of the participants in this conference. The governance in the mineral and coal sector in mining exploration activities continues to be better and better. This can be proven by the realization of exploration performance, which continues to improve. The realization of Indonesian exploration increased in 2019, as evidenced by an increase in the investment of exploration carried out in Indonesia compared to the investment in other countries. Even though in 2018, Indonesia's exploration investment were only 1% of the world exploration investment. This improvement is evidenced by the better planning of the ratio of mineral and coal exploration investment to national investment, which continues to increase from 2020 to 2024. To measure and monitor the performance of mining exploration activities in Indonesia, the government also implements 3 exploration performance indicators. One is the budget exploration to revenue ratio. Second, the coverage area. Third, the reserve replacement ratio. Furthermore, the government continues to make effort to improve mining performance in Indonesia by issuing the Law number 3, 2020, which is an amendment of the Law number 4, 2019. One of the background of this new law is, especially for the exploration activities in Indonesia, is to increase the discovery of the mineral and coal resources. In Law number 3, 2020, the main substances that are regulated in exploration aspect are related to the exploration period that can be extended, better business certainty, reserve and exploration development security funds, and exploration assignment. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, I believe that this convention will bring up new thoughts, new innovation, and which will benefit for the mining and exploration activities in Indonesia. I believe discovery, renewability of resources is not in the nature alone, but mainly it's in our mind, it's in our brain. So that's the task of us, the task of the geologists basically, to develop a new method, new thinking, how to develop more and more exploration activities. Through this MGEI 12 Annual Convention 2020, we hope the discussion and active role from the conference participants that produce useful outputs in improving and perfecting the minerals and coal exploration activities in Indonesia. Congratulations to MGEI and to all participants. I hope this convention will make Indonesia make through its sovereignty in the mineral and mining sector, especially in the mining exploration. With that, to conclude my speech, I declare that the MGEI 12 Annual Convention officially open, and I wish you all fruitful discussion and meeting in the next few days. Thank you very much.
For the opening speech and keynote.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to open your camera because we have a virtual photo session with Bapak Ridwan Jamaluddin. Okay?
Please open the video for participants.
Okay, in my countdown. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, hold.
Steady. Steady.
Hold for seconds.
Cheers.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we have a photo session with speakers and moderator. Okay. Thank you very much.
Now today is called special sessions by the committee as we have Bapak STJ Budi Santoso, MGEI's own chairman, to moderate the next discussions with the title Revitalizing Mineral Discovery and Exploration Business in Indonesia. Halo Pak Budi.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apa
Waalaikumsalam
kabar?
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh Pak Budi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Halo Pak.
Likewise, MCs.
Halo Pak Budi, how are you today?
Hello, I'm fine. Thank you. How are you too?
Yeah, we're good here, Pak.
Thank you Pak Budi. Are you ready for
Excellent.
leading the discussions Pak Budi?
Yes, I'm more than ready. Thank you. Look forward to starting the
Okay.
discussion.
Okay Pak Budi, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak MCs. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, before we starting the special event, on behalf of the MGEI, I would like to express our great gratitude to Pak Ridwan Jamaluddin, who has made his very busy time available for us to deliver such an excellent keynote and opening speech for us. Indeed, thank you very much, Pak Ridwan Jamaluddin. It seems like that the government has been more than ready to embrace the new era of explorations in Indonesia. So today we're going to have a special session, the session that's been designed by the MGI to always show or perform a very contextual matters or theme that the industry on the country is really needed for the time being. The theme of the special sessions is revitalizing a mineral discovery and exploration business in Indonesia. Originally, we should had five keynote speakers, but unfortunately, there's a sad um, news from one of our speakers, Pak Malcolm Norris, that seems like that he couldn't join with us today because one of his family member had to be rushed into hospital. So let's pray that one of his family will get recovered soon. However, we will still have four speakers, and please, if the committee could start showing the CV of each of them. Okay, we will start with Professor David Cook. Hello, good morning, or yes, good morning still in Australia, probably. Pak Dave, how are you?
I am very well. Thank you very much. How are you doing?
We're doing fine. Thank you
Excellent.
very much for joining us, Dave. Pak David Cook is a very special and a very strong supporters of our society or our organizations, because it has been probably, I don't know, this one is probably the third or the fourth that he is one of our keynote speakers. Okay, Professor David Cook has an educational background. He got his a BSc honors from La Trobe University, and he got PhD from Monash University. His work experience starting in 1991 up to 2017 as a researcher and lecturer in Coates, University of Tasmania, and from 2017 up to present day, he's the director of the COATS, the Center for Ore Deposit and Earth Sciences of University of Tasmania. His professional background, Professor David Cook and his research team have been investigating the porphyry system for over 3 decades, 30 years. And I think everybody knows and everybody considers that Professor Cook is one of the guru of the porphyry in our society. So we've been very, always very lucky every time we can have him as our speakers or keynote speakers. And yes, it is a very countless publications that he has already written and published. So thank you very much indeed, David Cook. And then please, for the second speaker, please. Okay, the second one, we have Pak Owen Hegarty. For your information, that we're going to have, or we're having some different speakers with different background. Here, Pak Owen Hegarty, he got his Bachelor of Economics from Monash University, Melbourne, Australia. For you that is or are not familiar with EMR Capital, EMR Capital is one of the resource investment company, very successful resource investment company in the world. One of the record that we might also familiar with is that EMR was one of the investors or shareholders of Agincourt or Martabe before they sold their share to Pama Persada. He has a work experience as the executive chairman, the EMR Capital Pty Ltd. So this is a very good opportunity, great opportunity to have or to hear his insight about the industry of the mining industry in Indonesia. So we're going to see how the industry today and beyond, and more importantly, we want to see, or we like to see, what is opinion about Indonesia today and now. Okay, but then very unfortunate, but Mr. Owen Hegarty, or Pa Owen Hegarty, he will deliver his speech or presentation through a video. Yeah, we will try to do our best to gather your questions, and then we will pass the questions on to Pa Owen, and then he could get the answer through email, and then we'll deliver it to you. Okay, and then next, please. Okay, and the third speakers is Pak Adi Mariono. So everybody in this room, I bet that everybody of you, each of you knows him very well. He is another one of our strong supporters and contributors to this organization. Good morning, selamat pagi, Pak Adi Mariono.
Pagi Om, Sugeng Enjing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Adi Mariono, who has always said yes every time the MGEI required his contributions. He's one of the best geoscientists that we have these days in Indonesia. So thank you very much. He got his Bachelor of Geology from Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta. He did and got his Master of Mineral Exploration from Queen's University. He has a lot of experience starting from 1990, but the last 7 or 8 years, from 2013 to 2020, he's the VP, was the VP Exploration at J Resources Nusantara. And present day, he's the director at J Resources Asia Pacific and also at PT Sulawesi Cahaya Mineral. Please to the next CVs of the speakers. Okay, this is Pak Adi Andri Budiman Firmanto, Sarjana Teknik, Master of Engineering. He has the background, educational background different from us. He's an engineer at the resource engineering at University of Gajah Mada and ITB. And also he got his Master of Engineering from University of Karlsruhe, Germany, 2009. He is now the Deputy Director of Mineral Explorations of Directorate Mineral Enterprises, Directorate General Mineral and Coal of the ESDM or Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. So we have a very complete pack of speakers that will give or present their perspective about how to do exploration, how to implement the best, how to get the best ingredients to do exploration and to make discovery. And also at the end, later on, Pak Andri will elaborate more about what Pak Dirjen has already indicated or shared with us about how the government, the stance of the government in the new stand of the government on the explorations and mining business in Indonesia. Okay, without further ado, we will invite the first speaker, Pak David Cook. Basically, you will have 30 minutes, and the question and answer will be held after the last presentation of the last speaker completed or finished. Okay, Pak David Cook, you have 30 minutes for your presentations.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you seeing my screen as full screen PowerPoint?
Yes, David. Yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak at this august conference today. It is a real honour and a privilege to be invited back to give this presentation. Thank you all for joining us online. Over the next 30 minutes, I've been asked to talk about the right ingredients for discovery. And I thought I would do that by giving you a short case history of a quite spectacular exploration discovery that was made undercover in Australia a few years ago by Newcrest Mining Limited. It was actually made in the 1990s, because I would like to use it to illustrate some of the key ingredients that really are essential for exploration and mining companies to have success in their exploration program. The photograph you are looking at here shows you the Cadia district, and in this district, Newcrest made the discovery of 4 porphyry copper gold deposits over the space of 4 years. And the last of them to be discovered was Ridgeway, which is up in the top left corner of the photograph. And I will explain to you briefly the very brave decisions they had to make to facilitate the discovery of that very high-grade porphyry gold copper deposit. But to begin with, I'd just like to talk to you all a bit about things I think we already know, and that is, why is mineral exploration so important, and why is the careers that many of you have chosen as geoscientists are vital to today's society. As we know, mining is the provider of most of society's raw materials, and we have a world where we're getting a large population growth. So you can see here the graph and the predictions of what the world's population will be like over the next decades. We reached 7.4 billion people in 2015, and population is expected to continue to grow. We also have technological innovation taking place, whereby we are developing smarter gadgets and we are getting a higher quality of life all around the world as we all aspire to provide the world's population with that high quality of life. So geoscientists and the minerals industry really have a huge obligation to society in delivering new mineral resources so that we can sustain our quality of life. And you can see that population growth there. Here's a couple of simple illustrations of why mineral exploration is going to keep being vital over the next decades. In the 1980s, a mobile phone used about 30 elements of the periodic table. In 2018, a smartphone uses about 75 elements of the periodic table. This means we don't just need to keep producing more of the resources we conventionally produced, we actually need to be discovering and developing new mineral resources. We need to be developing and mining the critical minerals for today's society, not just the bulk commodities and the precious and base metals we've produced historically. You can see here a photograph of Shanghai in 1987. This is quite a famous pair of photographs. This was Shanghai in 87, and this was Shanghai from the same position in 2013. So I'll just repeat that. All of what you see in the 2013 has been built over the course of a couple of decades, and mining has had to provide most of the resources to build that infrastructure. So that's part of our duties as explorers, is to keep delivering this resource pipeline. I have a passion for copper and gold, and copper is particularly vital, I think, to our future economies for many reasons, but not the least of which, as we transition towards more renewable energy resources, we're actually going to need to produce more copper to support the development of those energy resources. Electric cars, wind power, these all consume more copper than the conventional energy sources that we already use today. So that means copper is going to be growing in demand as we move forward. Here's just some data on cars. You can see here how the modern cars are using far more copper than the cars we were building 50 or 60 years ago. These type of things are going to continue to drive demand for this most important of our major metals that we mine. There's a graph just showing you global copper production, and you can see the dramatic increases in production that have occurred since the 1950s as we've moved through modern advancement in technology. About 75% of that copper comes from porphyry-style deposits, of which Indonesia is very richly endowed, and there will continue to be amazing discoveries of porphyry and related epithermal deposits in Indonesia over the next decades. So you will be a major contributor to this global copper production. You have huge opportunities to make these discoveries. And you can see that going forward, people are forecasting that we will have a supply gap. Now, these numbers vary depending on how you crunch them and on what existing mines do with their cut-off grades. But you can see that even with recycling of copper, and it is the most recycled of metals, we will continue to need to deliver new copper resources for society going forward. So there is going to be a growth in copper exploration and copper demand. And when we see discovery announcements like the amazing intercept that was put out by WHO last week, a truly spectacular world-class intercept, I have great confidence that Indonesia is going to be a major contributor to supplying that demand over the next decades. But we are going to be challenged as geoscientists. We are going to be exploring undercover. Chile is currently the world's largest producer of copper. And you can see here, this is a Google Earth image of what the northern Chilean Atacama Desert looks like. And Chile has been very good at finding copper deposits that crop out. That red patch in the bottom left corner here is a leached cap sitting on top of the Mocha porphyry copper molybdenum deposit. So that deposit had an exposed leached cap, and it was fairly easy to discover just by walking up the canyon. But you can see most of that desert is covered by tertiary gravels and ignimbrites, and this porphyry is Paleocene. So now they are having to explore through up to 600 metres of cover to make that discovery. And every terrain around the world has its challenges with cover. In the Atacama Desert, it's tertiary gravels. In Indonesia, you have recent volcanic cover and very thick tropical vegetation to contend with. In Australia, we have different challenges, but we still have challenges with cover. Here you are looking at the top of the Cadia Hill porphyry copper gold deposit in New South Wales, and it has cover overlying it. The porphyry deposit is Ordovician in age, 440 million years, and the purple rocks above it are 425-million-year-old Silurian sediments. They partly obscured these deposits in the Cadia district. And so from the initial recognition of mineralisation in the district to Newcrest's discovery of 4 porphyry deposits in the space of 4 years, there was a gap of 140 years. So you don't want to be the company that makes the initial discovery of signs of mineralisation and miss the opportunity to make the discovery. So we need to be able to accelerate and our discovery chances and maximise them for a company exploring undercover. So what are the right ingredients to make those discoveries, right? So there are a lot of factors that have to come together. Your company needs to be choosing the right ground to explore in. Well, Indonesia has plenty of fertile terrain to be exploring. You have the right geodynamic environment to produce giant deposits of copper and gold and silver and base metals. So then you have to build your community relationships and trust. So there must be a very respectful relationship with the local communities that allows you to explore and have the opportunities to build mines. You have to apply the right exploration techniques for the type of deposit you are seeking, and that can be difficult to choose because of these challenges with cover. You need strong and sustained support from your senior management. So you need to be doing the right things and you need to be inspiring them that the approach is going to work, even though it will take time to achieve success. Your geologists need to have the skills to recognise subtle signs of mineralisation. And so that means they need to be very well trained. They need to have maximum opportunity to gain their experience. Basically, the best geologists are those who've seen the most rocks. So you need to be encouraging your staff to visit different ore deposits so they know what they're looking for. In order to create value, you need to be able to make the smart decisions about when to persist with exploration and when to walk away. So all of that means people are the key to exploration success. You need the right people doing the right thing in the right place. So you need to build and foster a successful exploration team. And we're seeing that in Indonesia with the discoveries that are being made by amazing teams of exploration geoscientists. Indonesia is very good at this. So I'll just give you a quick snapshot of the challenges that we've dealt with in Australia. Now, this is a different geological context, and these are old deposits. I've already mentioned these are Ordovician in age. I just want to explain to you how Newcrest made that discovery of Ridgeway, because it is an illustration of teamwork, flexibility, critical insights, strong support from the board, but also a commitment to deep drilling. And again, I say that discovery at Hoo-Hoo, being able to drill 2-kilometre holes to get a 1.6-kilometre intercept to the percent copper and 0.4 grams per tonne gold, you have to have commitment to deep drilling. Porphyry deposits are large, vertically attenuated deposits. So that's what we need to be looking at, drilling their vertical extents. This is a geological map of Australia and it's Eastern Australia. So the little green areas in New South Wales, I'm not sure if you can see my pointer, but the area of interest is these green belts of rocks in the left panel where the yellow star is. That's what we call the Macquarie Arc. And on the right panel, we can see a blow up of the green rocks. These are Ordovician volcanic and volcanosedimentary rocks that were once part of an oceanic island arc that sat offboard Eastern Australia in the Ordovician. So comparable to what Indonesia is like today. We have an oceanic island arc. It was broken apart and rifted in the Silurian. So the pink rocks are Siluro-Devonian sediments that have filled basins that cover the Macquarie Arc. And you can see we have a number of porphyry and epithermal deposits, and our focus is on the Cadia district in the central green belt. The Cadia district is, just zoom in, a place where we've got Australia's largest porphyry gold copper district. These deposits are what we call alkalic porphyries, so they're a little unusual, not your normal everyday porphyries. They have some different characteristics because they're associated with alkalic magmatism. One of the characteristics is they tend to be very gold rich and they can be copper poor. And you can see that in the biggest deposit, Cadia East, 3 billion tonnes at 0.38 gold and 0.26 copper, more at a high gold to copper ratio. So the Cadia district contains 4 discovered porphyries. It also contains a couple of skarn deposits, the biggest of which is Big Cadia. This is what the district geology looks like. It's very complicated because, as I've mentioned, these are Paleozoic ore deposits. It has been disrupted by faulting. When the island arc was accreted to Australia in the Devonian, it was strongly deformed, and it was also deformed at the end of the Ordovician. So we have a number of thrust faults and strike slip faults that disrupt the district. And the different porphyry deposits are each contained in different fault blocks, with the main structural trend in the district that controlled mineralisation having a northwest orientation. You can see the mineral resource for the district in 2018, over 3 billion tonnes, so around 38 million ounces of gold. The Cadia East resource by itself, 35 million ounces, and about 11 million ounces of past production. So we're looking at over 50 million ounces of gold in this district. Note the Ridgeway deposit is sitting up in the very northwest corner of this map, and it is sitting under tertiary basalt, so there is recent tertiary cover, but is also 500 metres below the Ordovician paleosurface. So it is overlain by barren alteration. And unlike Huhu, where you have a lithocap on top of your high-grade ore, in Ridgeway we have propylitic alteration, green rocks above the ore deposit. This is a geologic section showing you the approximate location of the full porphyry deposits and the host rocks, which are Ordovician volcanosedimentary rocks in the blues and the greens, and the main intrusive complex in the red and the orange. 2 of these ore deposits are hosted in volcanic rocks, Ridgeway and Cadia East. 2 of the porphyries are hosted in the large Pluton, Cadia Quarry and Cadia Hill. So we're talking about Ridgeway. It is associated with those tiny little red intrusions on the far left of this figure. This is what Ridgeway looked like as they began to mine. It is an underground block cave mining operation. So there is no surface expression of the Ordovician geology here. That is just farm paddocks on tertiary basalt. And so no signs of mineralisation or alteration at the surface. In cross-section, Ridgeway looks like this. This is the geology. The intrusive complex is in orange and green. The high-grade ore is localised around the intrusive complex. And you see we have almost 400 to 500 metres above the ore deposit of barren, altered Ordovician rock. And then the yellow on the top is the tertiary volcanic cover. So this is a deep, high-grade target that was made, and you can see how the cut-off grades at 0.2 grams per tonne, this is a very small and focused ore deposit. If we just take a look at the, That's the drilling. This is what the rocks look like. They're volcano-sedimentary rocks. So we have class of volcanic rocks and sedimentary rocks that have been deposited on the apron of a submarine volcano. And then there are mafic dikes cutting through, and we have a series of quartz monzonite porphyries intruding the deposit. This is the discovery drill hole, and you can see the assays getting up to 10 grams per tonne gold and 3% copper, so spectacular high-grade mineralisation associated with these alkalic intrusions. And you might notice the rocks are red. These porphyry deposits have a hematite dusting in their feldspars that gives us a reddened alteration. So they're a little unusual from what you're used to. In plan section, you can just see where the porphyries are located in the stippled red and the tight copper gold contours in plan view. So very localised around the intrusive complex and a very small ore body. It's only about 250 metres long by about 150 metres wide. So a difficult target. The alteration zoning, I mentioned this reddening. The reddening is a distinct halo to this porphyry deposit. The propylitic domain, which surrounds the porphyry and overlies the potassic core, can be broken up into an inner red hematitic-bearing propylitic alteration and an outer domain, which is green. It lacks propylitic alteration and is dominated by chloride and epidote. So that reddening is a sign of proximity to these porphyry deposits, and that's one of the things Newcrest had to work out to discover this deposit, because it's not what normal porphyries do. There's the sulphide zonation, bornite gold-rich core going to chalcopyrite, going to pyrite. You can see the upper 500 metres is just pyrite in chlorite, albite, epidote, plus or minus hematite-altered volcanic rocks. And that's what the high-grade ore looks like, with lots of free gold in the quartz, bornite, magnetite stockwork veins. The distal rocks, as I've said, reddened, close to the deposit, green, far away. So that's your propylitic alteration around the porphyry. So how did they make this discovery? Well, the history is Newcrest came into this area late in 1991 after 140 years of exploration. This district had an outcropping magnetite skarn at Big Cadia, so they first looked at that, but then they realised nearby at Cadia Hill there was outcropping mineralisation that hadn't been appreciated. And by doing some basic geologic detective work and getting rid of some bad geological data which suggested that the intrusions were Devonian when they were in fact Ordovician, so that meant they recognised the Silurian rocks were cover, they made the discovery of Cadia Hill in their 6th drill hole. So that's a great success to start with. 6 diamond drill holes, and they've made their first porphyry discovery. Weird porphyry discovery, high gold, low copper. They then stepped out and discovered Cadia Quarry. They realised that the veins at Cadia Hill were sheeted veins trending northwest, so they followed the structural orientation and they made Cadia Quarry to the northwest, and then they discovered Cadia East to the southeast, and then they discovered Cadia Far East to the southeast, which is the biggest deposit in the district. But to the northwest in late 1996, they discovered Ridgeway after drilling 498 diamond drill holes into the district. And that 498th hole intercepted grades unlike anything they had seen before. Most of their grades were in the gram per tonne, 0.5% copper or less. Here at Ridgeway, 145 metres at 4.3 gold, 1.2 copper. 84 metres at 7.4 gold, 1.2 copper. An amazing reward for a persistent and sustained and systematic exploration campaign by the same team of geoscientists who were really looking hard at the rocks. So what did they have to do to make that discovery? There is Ridgeway up in the top left under that tertiary basalt. So first off, they worked out the structural trend, this northwest trend. What they were doing were carrying out systematic geochemical and geophysical and geological surveying to the northwest and the southeast. And so as part of that, they did some IP surveys along lines across that trend. And you can see this is actually the IP survey that detected Ridgeway. They recognise in hindsight, they didn't see it at the time. The deposit position is shown by the black line on these surveys. there's a pyritic halo to Ridgeway, and they believe that this shows they are sitting on the shoulder of the Ridgeway deposit. But they didn't identify that from this IP survey at the time. It's hindsight that suggests that. They also were drilling RC holes, and they were drilling them in fences along the structural trend. So note the north arrow is now twisted to the northwest, so I've rotated this section. So this is mine grid north, not true north. And one hole on this section here, RGC1, that hole gave them a small intercept. Okay, you can see where the IP survey was, and this drill hole at just before the bottom of hole, at about 190 metres below surface, they intercepted an 8-metre intercept at 0.4 gold and 0.5 copper. None of the other 5 rotary chip holes intersected any anomalous metal. So, would you persist with exploration with that result? Based on having a systematic campaign through this district and looking at the geology, they thought, you know, we should go back and check this out because that could be the sign that we're near something. So they went back and they came in and drilled some diamond drill holes. So NC 369, NC 370, and then they brought in NC 371 to basically try and reconfirm that intercept. 370 and 369 hit nothing. 371 hit 118 metres at 0.1 copper at depths of 400 to 500 metres. But it terminated in copper. It didn't, they had to stop the hole. They couldn't persist. So they had a low copper anomaly. They didn't have any gold. So again, I would ask you, if you were exploring for this, would you continue? They now had diamond core, so they could see they were seeing the reddening in these rocks. So that was a sign from the other deposits that they were close to an intrusive complex, even though they were in volcanic rocks. So they extended the hole and they got another 100 metres at 0.1 gold and 0.4 copper. So again, with those results, would you continue drilling? This was the 371st diamond drill hole in the district. Well, they kept on drilling out the other deposits they were exploring, and they kept this in the back of their mind, and then eventually they came back to try to make this discovery. First of all, they stepped to the southwest and they drilled hole 484, the 484th diamond hole. It hit nothing. Then they drilled to the northeast, 485, hit nothing. And you look at the spacing on these holes, 200 to 300 metres, and they weren't hitting anything. Not very encouraging. They then stepped across to the east and drilled 488 and again hit nothing. But they reviewed the geology of these holes. They could lay the holes out in a big farm paddock, so they kept looking at the geology. They were seeing some reddening, and they also recognised there was a fault. So they adjusted their drill grid and they moved the position of the final hole to check the space to the northwest, and they drilled hole 498, which is the discovery hole, and it drilled through the ore body here. Okay, so that's the footprint of the ore deposit at surface, and the assays were ridiculous. Nothing they had drilled before would give them the idea that they were going to hit this very high-grade, spectacular porphyry copper gold deposit after 498 diamond holes. Almost done.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, so that, then they turned the drill rig around after drilling that hole, and they drilled out the resource very quickly and brought this on as a highly profitable underground mining operation within the space of a few years. So what were their ingredients here? They couldn't see through tertiary basalt. They couldn't see its expression in the basal ore division rocks. The magnetic signature was swamped, and it was a non-conductive ore body that probably gave them the upper iota halo in IP. Really, their keys here were having smart geoscientists who recognised the porphyry-style alteration mineralisation, even though it wasn't part of the classic porphyry model. They recognised the Silurian rocks were post-mineral cover. Previous explorers thought they were pre-mineral, so they recognised the potential of the district. They recognised the structural orientations and followed it, and they had the backing of all levels of the company to drill those deep holes and test those targets. They'd inspired confidence through early exploration success, and they adapted the model to variation on the theme. So hopefully with that, you can see that's a great illustration of how to get a team to get success. You've still got to be in the right place to make those discoveries. Thank you very much for listening.
Excellent.
Thank you, David.
Applause to Professor David Cook. Yes, indeed, with the 6 great ingredients that you have earlier mentioned, it is very well explained and well proved in the rich way discovery a success story by David. So I think we can definitely learn, and probably most of us have been in the situation on the conditions whether they have already made smart decisions about when to persist and when to walk away. And it seems like that our friends in Newcastle finally they decided to making a great decision, of course, by implementing all the other 5 ingredients successful discovery. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed, Pak David. We will save some questions for you. So anybody who has questions for Pak David, you could at the end of the session later on raise your hand through the participants box chat, so all communications, all participants, and then we will ask your name and your institutions or company to start with. Okay. At the second, we will have our second speaker, Owen Hegarty. As I mentioned earlier, that Owen, he will be delivering his presentations through video recording. He's going to talk about how to make Indonesia great again for mineral discovery. So Pak Owen, for you who has not been familiar with, he's one of the very rare in our industry that everything that he touched become a mine or great investment, something that we need to learn from him by hearing and watching of what he's going to share with us. So please welcome Pak Owen Hegarty.
Well, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, at the MGEI conference. Thank you very much for the invitation to me to speak today. Thank you very much for having me. And I hope the conference goes very well. And all the best to you, Chairman Budi and Budi Santosa, and thank you very much for the invitation to join you. I have to say I'm very sorry I can't be there in person. Would have loved to have done that because, as you know, I've spent a lot of time in Indonesia, been coming to and fro for 30-something years or more than that, actually, and I've been involved in many businesses there, all in mining, and of course I've got a number of relationships there with companies and built up very strong and enduring friendships. So I've got really nothing but absolute respect and admiration for Indonesia and Indonesians, and of course our great mining industry and Indonesia's great mining industry. So thank you very much indeed for the invitation, and we've got about 20 slides or so to get through here. I hope some of them will be on the topic that you've asked me to talk to, and Fleur has helped me put all of these together. So let's go to that first next slide. Thank you, Fleur. Okay, so really just in summary, wanted to talk about where we are in the resources sector, what we believe in EMR Capital anyway as the outlook for the resources sector around the world, what we believe also are the wonderful opportunities for Indonesia in that space going out over the next multiple decades. And really a few examples, a couple of case studies and a few examples that I've been involved in, that we as EMR have been involved in, that go to exemplifying, if you like, the points that we're looking to make. So thank you, Fleur, for the next slide. Okay, so we believe that the outlook for mining, for resources generally around the world is excellent, and we're in for multi decades of growth in demand for commodities. Thank you, Fleur. So we think that it's led by China, followed by India, with all the rest of the developing world all kicking in. They're all looking to get on this super highway of economic growth and prosperity. It's inevitable, it's unstoppable, and yes, you're going to have humps and bumps and so on from time to time. But the long-term trajectory and the force to us is perfectly clear. We're going to see good, strong demand for all of certainly the commodities that we're involved in, and all of the commodities, in fact, that Indonesia is involved in over these next multiple decades, driven by population growth, urbanisation, increasing standard of living, increasing wealth and opportunities, electrification, decarbonisation, and growing demand for food security. And we've got a little chart here on copper, going all the way back, long way back actually in time, 100 years or thereabouts, showing the terrific growth of copper, which tends to be a proxy for industrial demand generally. And the trajectory there is perfectly clear, and it has had a few humps and bumps along the way there, a few shocks and a few cycles, but generally speaking has weathered all of those cycles very well. And we're in the middle of a little bit of a cycle there, bit of a down cycle at the moment, and we expect to come out the other side very strongly. So good. So copper's a bit of a proxy there, but we're looking for continued long-term growth in commodities generally. Thank you, Fleur. In terms of and Asia being the global centre of economic power, it already is, and has really overtaken in a way the rest of the industrialised world in terms of long, strong growth for demand going forward. And you can see the couple of the charts there in terms of GDP by the year 2050, China, India, and Indonesia in there is in the top bracket there with the United States. But that's already happening and will continue to occur and being driven by many things, but one of them is, well, stronger or larger population growth, but very high rates of urbanisation. And you're seeing that. You've seen it in China, it's continuing. You're seeing it in India, and you're seeing it in Indonesia. So this part of the world, our part of the world, we are blessed to be right in the middle, actually, of this long, strong growth for the next, as far forward as we can possibly see. Thank you, Fleur. So that's on the demand side, very, very strong. On the supply side, which is where we come in fact, we are supply people here as explorers and developers and producers of mining and commodities. It is actually going to be very difficult to maintain that pace, is our belief, because of all of those things that we've listed there on the left-hand side. Lots of challenges to supply, scarcity of resources. There's lower exploration expenditure, and you've seen that in Indonesia. The permitting takes so much longer, so many more things that you've actually got to do, various compliance requirements, and so on and so forth. So all of those things are actually slowing us down, and you've seen their exploration budgets actually come off as well. And when you do some of the sums here in terms of here's the demand side and here is the supply side, well, there's a significant gap, and with all of those commodities there's a substantial substantial gap within the next 10 years or so. So it's going to be tough to continue to maintain supply with that very strong demand. And that means, of course, that the market always clears here, but it'll be clearing at better prices, we believe, in most of those commodities. Thank you, Fleur. In terms of shocks and humps and bumps here, it's a bit hard to do any presentation, or it's a bit hard to get through the day actually these days without getting loaded up with people talking about COVID. But when it first appeared at the end of last year, the early part of this year, people were talking about what the impact is going to be and how we're going to recover. Well, here it is. We've seen it. We're right in the middle of living proof of the recovery. People were talking about a V-shaped recovery, W-shaped, inverse square root shaped, Nike whoosh-shaped recoveries. Well, this is the recovery that we've had. Well, first of all, there's the abyss that we looked into in the February, March this year, and that's how we've come out of it. And it's actually a V-shape, if you like, a bit of a jagged V-shaped recovery there. A couple of other things about this particular chart. One is that mining really has actually mining has performed really very strongly, generally speaking. There've been some areas where it hasn't, some parts of the world where it hasn't actually performed so well, but generally speaking, mining has actually performed very well. And mining actually is ready for these sorts of shocks, particularly a health shock. I mean, as everybody there knows, we do have really, really good principles, policies, procedures, practices when it comes to occupational health and safety in the mining industry. So we're ready for these sorts of emergencies, and therefore the industry's actually fared very, very well indeed. And also you're going to see very significant stimulus to fiscal stimulus around the world and monetary stimulus. And you're already actually seeing that. You've seen China recover so fast, so that has been a driver for various commodities. We've already seen copper back at pre-COVID levels, for example. You've seen gold right at the sort of record levels type of thing. So that stimulus will continue to drive long, strong demand and in infrastructure spending and so on and so forth. So we're going to continue to see that recovery. The market's telling us that. Have a look at Wall Street, have a look at the bourses around the world. They're all back at pretty much back at pre-COVID levels. Thank you, Fleur. Moving on to the next slide, this is just a bit of a chat about copper, very dear to the heart of most of you there, certainly me, and we're going to talk a little bit about gold as well. But copper, it's a 25 million tonne a year industry. It has outperformed everything except gold probably over the past 20 or 30 years. It's powering the whole infotech and communications revolution. It's electrifying China. It's electrifying the rest of the developing world effectively, noblest of all metals, and they continue to find more and more uses for copper. So the next revolution occurring as we speak, and that's the renewables and EV revolution. And Fleur's got a couple of little charts there about how much more copper is used in the renewable power business and in electric vehicles. So you're going to continue to see good, strong demand for copper. Thank you, Fleur. And gold too, of course, for gold as well. I mean, what can we say about gold? It's a commodity, it's a currency, it's a store of value, it's a hedge against inflation, it's a hedge against financial uncertainty, it's a hedge against geopolitical uncertainty around the world. So you want to be as long and strong as you possibly can in quality unhedged gold. And these times were sort of made for gold in a way. You've seen it, the industry is sort of on fire at the moment. The markets are open, gold up around the $1,900, $2,000 per ounce, and that's not going away anytime soon. In other words, all of the all of the reasons that gold is actually up and around those record rates will continue for some time. You've got the monetary stimulus, you've got low rates and so on there, but you've also had on the supply side again here, and that's where we come into the equation, very low levels of discovery. So it's getting rarer. It's already rare, and it's getting even more scarce on the planet. And there's only one thing going to happen there. You're going to have a pricing under tension. There's no substitute for gold. So we need to find more of it. That's our mission here. We need to explore for and discover and develop more gold for the world. That's our mission. Thank you, Fleur. Okay, so that's the sort of demand and supply side, if you like, supply challenges to supply, but good, long, strong demand there for not just copper and gold, but generally commodities around the world, and you see them all the time, the nickel and met and thermal coal and various other commodities. So in terms of opportunities for mining in Indonesia, and as I say, I've had a lot of experience there in Indonesia, and generally speaking, I have to say it's all been pretty good. So next slide there, Fleur. Okay, so, you know, you live and breathe this sort of stuff all day long in terms of the prospectivity is just sensational in Indonesia and surrounding there. Other parts of Asia and in the Western Pacific. And when you look at the amount of development, the amount of discoveries, the amount of exploration dollars that have actually gone into the industry on the eastern side of the Pacific there in North and South America, up the Andean belt of rocks or whatever it's called over there. I mean, it's just a staggering number, and so much more than on our side of the Pacific, the western side of the Pacific. So we've got so much more work to do, and we've got the rocks, we've got the prospectivity, and we've got the quality geologists and developers over here. We've just got more work to do. Thank you, Fleur. And just a little bit of a chart here, or a little bit of a different type of diagram between the experience in Chile and how does Indonesia rate. And of course, you've seen this before. I do remember Tony Manini and various others have presented these sorts of things previously. But the prospectivity in respect of Indonesia just as good, if not more so, than Chile, for example. But the exploration budgets are a vast difference there in terms of the amount of money going into exploration, and of course over a period of time that's produced more copper mines and producing more copper. And on gold, actually Indonesia in front there on gold. Most of those copper porphyries tend to be sort of copper moly or something like that. Much better to have copper gold porphyries, by the way. Gold much more exciting than moly. But I mean, Indonesia way in front in terms of nickel, thermal and metallurgical coal, various other commodities. So, you know, Indonesia is in a better position actually. So therefore, we need to get on our bikes here and get some more work done. Next slide, Fleur. Okay, so the economy here in Chile built on copper. They've got those resources. They've had very good, stable, progressive legislation and encouraging exploration, encouraging development, encouraging mining generally. And it is the world's largest producer. You know all this sort of stuff. It's a big percentage of GDP and a very good economic growth. So no worries about all of that. But it hasn't always been like that. You know, I do remember. It wasn't that many decades ago where it was hard yards out there in Chile, and even the mighty Escondido, you know, it required two of the world's biggest, or the two world's biggest mining companies actually had to come together, and again under the cloak of the IFC, the World Bank, and the World Bank. Probably its best investment ever was investing here, only a very small percentage, but try getting that small percentage off them. You won't these days. So that's gone very well for all of those companies. So it wasn't a cakewalk down there, and it still isn't, by the way, in Chile. I mean, it's hard sometimes to get good technical people and assistance. It's hard there. It's also hard. Try getting water, you know, out of the water table there. That's hard, getting those permits and so on. And power's been difficult. Electricity electricity generation being difficult there in Chile, whereas, and I think Indonesia's got advantages, very significant advantages over Chile there, sort of equal prospectivity, but certainly advantages in all of those things that Chile is a little bit weaker on at this time type of thing. So what have we got next for post all of that? So when you look at the landscape here in Indonesia, how does it rank in terms of all of these things? A little bit of a bubble chart over there on the right-hand side, but just firing down quickly on the left-hand side, stability, safety, security from an investment perspective is good in Indonesia, a bit variable from place to place, but generally speaking, you'd have to say those things are very good. The geological potential, and you know this all day long, is just outstanding. It's excellent. The fiscal framework, whether it be royalties, taxes, and various other duties and so on, is competitive worldwide. So no questions there. All good green ticks here. Local business partners, excellent. And we're living proof of that in EMR. We've got multiple partners in Indonesia and now here in Australia, so that works very well. Availability of technical skills is excellent. It's hard occasionally, a bit patchy from time to time, but generally speaking, and again, your conference is living proof of good technical skills availability. Infrastructure and logistics always continue to be developing, but I mean, you've got wonderful advantage in Indonesia with the multiple islands. You can get around. Your sea transport and so on is so easy, right? And you've got terrific scale and population there, and the legislative and regulatory framework. I mean, yes, there are opportunities for improvement, and you don't need me to give you a lecture about all of that. You're seeing that effectively on a daily basis. So there are improvements happening all the time. I mean, to be frank, in terms of operating there, we've never really had too many issues. We're dealing with the bureaucracy, very highly trained and skilled people. So we've always been able to get there. So no issue there. It's really at that earlier stage in the exploration, in the tenement, in the FDI, the foreign direct investment. They're the areas that I think are continually improving. And when you look at the little bubble chart over there on the right-hand side, you've got the Canada, US, Australia over there on the right-hand side, up the top, Chile, Peru. And then, you're better off up on the top in the northeasterly sector, Indonesia really down the bottom there. And that tells us that, there's very significant room for improvement, not only in terms of that regulatory environment and so on, and that's occurring all the time, but it's also important in terms of getting out there on the PR and the IR side, so we need to actually extol the virtues of the investing in Indonesia around the world. We did that. We had to do that here out of Australia, by the way, with respect to encouraging people to come to South Australia. We've got what they call the Mining and Petroleum Experts Group over there, and we're all ambassadors for South Australia, whether we're going to PDAC or IMARC or various other things, and multiple IMARC ambassadors out of Melbourne. So the government very supportive in terms of appointing these so-called resources and mining ambos to represent the Indonesian industry at lots and lots of these different things. So it always it helps, but of course we've also got to get back to the fundamentals and see where those improvements can be made in terms of the investment landscape. So what have we got next then, Fleur? So what's attractive to investors? What do we, as an investor here, I've invested in so many projects you can't count them these days. So therefore, what makes us, what makes countries attractive and domains attractive for us to go and invest in? So what have we got then, Fleur? That's a little picture, by the way, of a Butong project up there in Aceh. And here is our so-called investment criteria. It's a bit more detailed than a few pictures, of course, but but these are what we call the rule of 8 at a very high level. A particular project or investment that we're going to make, it must have the tons, it must have good scale or be capable of getting there, must have good grade, i.e. good quality, as I say, will be capable of getting there, a conventional process preferably. We don't want to be reinventing any particular processes or wheels here. Must have low cost, must have long life, must have lots of upside, or as I say, capable of actually getting to those positions, must be in a stable and secure jurisdiction, and not only from a national government perspective in terms of permitting and so on and so forth, but also the provincial government perspective, the local government perspective, the regencies there, but also the local communities got to be able to work successfully and jointly with all of the local communities. Because if you can't do that, there's no point showing up. You know, you really got to be sure that you're able to come in and do your work well and gain the support and trust and confidence of all of the people around you. Because at the end of the day, they're in charge. It's their valley, and you've got to be able to create value. You want to be able to get in and do your work well and make your project and make your operation attractive. That's what you want to do, to create value. You want people to look at you and look at your operation and say, you know, that they are creating very serious value there. So that's a little bit of a guide there to our so-called investment criteria. What next have you got there, Fleur? Okay, so a few case studies now. So they're the key things that are important to us. Now, a couple of examples of our investments, I suppose, around the world, starting a couple in with a bit of an Indonesian bias, you might say, Matabe. Now, I've been involved in Matabe going all the way back here in 3 different guises, back at the Mighty Ox when we bought it from Newmont at that time, and then came back as G Resources out of Hong Kong, and we built it, and then of course as EMR, and then a couple of years back we then sold it to Parfrans and Palmer there, United Tractor Group, wonderful people, and they're going great guns there at Matabe. What were the learnings? What are the key success factors? Well, you know, identifying it with it had all of those rules of 8, identifying it as an opportunity, and then going for it like there was no tomorrow. And terribly important there, to the key success factor at Matabe was getting on with the nearby people there in the province, in the regency of Tapanuli, in the whole Batang Toro valley there. That was terribly important to win their confidence and cooperation and support, because I say without that we're nothing. And that the terrific work done by all of our community relations people there, and it is living proof that not only technically, not only financially, but socially and from an ESG perspective, this is absolutely world class. This is as good as it gets in terms of ESG practices around the world. So Matabe, just absolutely great. What's next there, Fleur? Labambi, now going over to Africa, the copper belts. Similar, this is an investment that we made a couple of years ago. We identified Labambi copper mine there in the famous copper belt strategy. DRC and Zambia. We saw it underperforming. We saw the present owner was looking to get out. So it was un there for some time. We got in, we spent the capital, we've been able to improve the operation, getting it up, getting the volumes up, getting the cost down and the unit cost down, and most importantly doing the work on a very large, deeper ore body that is accessible from the existing site infrastructure, a fabulous ore body, no less than 250 million tonnes of about 4% copper. So that's about as good as it gets, probably the best undeveloped copper ore body on the planet. And we're continuing to do all that work. So what was important there? Well, identifying it as an opportunity, had all of the rule of 8, very good people there in Zambia and the copper belt generally, and particularly working with the nearby communities. Absolutely fundamental, because there's very large nearby communities there, dependent upon on mining. So gaining their support and cooperation and confidence is terribly important. So an absolute key there, and that's a key mantra for us in the EMR group, is getting that confidence. Thank you, Fleur. What's our next example there? Next example, AsiaMet, right there in Indonesia, up in Aceh and over in central Kalimantan. AsiaMet, it's a London-listed company, but I think it is transmigrating to the Indonesian bourse. Been working away at this for some time, so been a bit slower than we would have liked in a way in terms of getting the capital, getting the work done. But it's now got a head of steam up, and particularly with the project there in Central Cal, that's the copper development, and that will definitely go very well. So what are the learnings there? Well, be persistent is one thing. Have good people that are all the way through the organisation, top of the tree, middle management, and so on and so forth, and win the confidence and respect and support of the local people, and have local partnerships. So there's no substitute for working with local partners there, and this has been a terrific case study for us there at AsiaMet in Indo. What next then, Fleur? This is Kestrel. So this is outside Indonesia and now, and Kestrel is a metallurgical coal mine in the Bowen Basin in Australia. So what's that got to do with the conference? Well, what it's got to do with the conference is this is a very successful joint venture between ourselves, EMR Capital, and Adaro Energy out of Indonesia, and Mitsui out of Japan. So we recognise this as an opportunity for EMR and Adaro to come in and really do the work that Rio Tinto hadn't done. We bought it from Rio Tinto. They decided to get out of coal, ultimately get out of met coal, and this asset was somewhat underloved, certainly the last 2, 3, 4 years. We recognise that opportunity, and we've got in and we've done all of that work, and we've improved the volumes and reduced the costs, and we've done all that. So look, terrific the success story there. But what was the key success was do your work well at the very beginning in terms of due diligence, get the opportunity up, recognise the opportunity for improvement, and then we work together very, very well, very successfully with Adaro. Wonderful, wonderful people. I mean, they're great drivers, they're great entrepreneurs. They've got all the technical skills, all the technology, and so on. So we're very happy to be working with Adaro here in Australia, and we will grow this operation into one of the largest longwall metallurgical coal mines in the world. And the plan is certainly to be best in the Bowen Basin in Australia, and that's the best basin to be in if you're going to be in metallurgical coal. So very good relationship there with Adaro, and we're very, very proud of it, and I've got nothing but respect and admiration for them. So what have I got next then, Fleur? Ravenswood, another study here. This is also up in Queensland, and this is just south of Townsville. This is a gold mine, and we're working there with Cinemas through the publicly listed company in Singapore there called GEA, and that's a 50-50 partnership. So it's us, EMR and GEA. And again, we recognised here jointly that this was an underdeveloped and unloved, you might say, asset here in Australia. It was the only Australian asset of a listed company here called Resolute. Its focus is entirely in West Africa. It had multiple mines and operations and projects over there, and just the one operation here in Australia that was running down. We recognise it again jointly as an opportunity to get in, do our work, improve the operations, spend capital, not frightened of spending capital. And I have to say the partnership that we have with Cinemas, with Gear, just outstanding, wonderful people, and it's a genuine joint venture, genuine joint relationship there in terms of actually getting on and doing that work. Now, we've only owned it for 6 months, but in that time, it's gone really, really well. And of course, the gold price has gone up a bit too, so that always helps. So, and it's a good diversification. I mean, you're seeing the Indonesian companies looking to invest not only domestically, but looking to invest internationally. And that's how the great companies grow. You know, you go all the way back to the BHPs and Rio Tintos and Anglos and so on around the world, and Antofagastas and various others, all those large successful mining companies. They start with good, strong domestic operations, and then ultimately they grow internationally and become a major worldwide force. So we're also in that process. So I'm very, very proud actually of those relationships that we've got there at the business end with Adaro and with Gear out of Singapore. So thank you, Fleur. What's our next slide then? Okay, so just a little bit of advertising, if I haven't done any advertising for EMR already. Little bit of advertising there. We're over in Europe, we're in the UK, met coal, we're in Spain with potash, we're in Zambia. I mentioned Lubambe there. We're gone now from Matabe. Love to still be there. Love to go back one day and see all of my friends up there at Matabe. We'd love to do more in Indonesia. So anybody got any good ideas for us, then please fire them through. We're in a polymetallic mine over called Golden Grove in Western Australia. We're at Ravenswood in Queensland. We're at Capricorn Copper in Queensland near Mount Isa. We're Kestrel Met Coal in the Bowen Basin. We have offices in Melbourne, Hong Kong and the Cayman. And we've got a potash project over there in America. And we have an exploration copper and gold exploration tenements down there in southern Chile called Red Hill. So that's our diverse portfolio, always looking for more opportunities. And again, Indonesia is very well known to us, and we'd love to do more there. Thank you, Fleur. What have I got next? Okay, so sort of closing remarks, finishing off here, and just it's been a terrific opportunity to have a bit of a chat, and again, if people have any questions, queries, or comments about any of that, at any time, please fire them through, sing out. Always available for a chat about my favourite subject, which of course is mining. So we think, generally speaking, here we're in for multiple decades of long, strong commodity demand. I mean, yes, you're going to have humps and bumps. We had the GFC. We're still going through the COVID business, but generally speaking, our industry has been so resilient to all of these things, right? So we're still don't give up yet. We've got plenty of work still to continue to do. And the potential in Indonesia, as I've said multiple times, just fabulous. And I'd love to do more there. So, we've got serious work to do. We've got serious improvements to make and so on and so forth. And it's in your hands to be able to do that. And if I can help in any way, shape or form, I'd be delighted to help. So as I say, we've got continually improving exploration and mining environment. And again, whether it's in Indonesia or in Australia, we've always got to see what opportunities there are for improvements, whether it's in our existing operations, existing projects, existing technology, existing financing arrangements, or the existing bureaucracy and the regulatory regime. There's always room for improvement in all of those things. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Sorry to bang on for probably a little bit too long there, but I really enjoy talking about my favourite subject, and I really enjoy talking about Indonesia. So have a great conference. Thank you for inviting me, and love to see you all again soon. Thank you very much.
Wow. Even though that it is a recorded video, but we can still feel the spirit, the enthusiasm. So once again, we would like to express our gratitude to Pak Awan Hegarty, one of the best person in the mining industry investment. Some notes that I could record it from what he has just delivered, that the outlook of the resource industry is still great. He was talking about the more multi a decade outlook or demands. So even though that there are a lot of hurdles in the front of the industry, for instance, the COVID, but he showed one of a very good a graph about the recovery. This industry recovers fast, and it will prevail at the end. He used copper and gold as his example to commodities that's been in a great demand for just like also what Pak David Cook also talked about copper, how many times more copper it's needed, even though that now we are in the green energy these days. In regard with Indonesia, he's comparing Indonesia with Chile, which is a very new and a very honored, basically, because technically Indonesia is still considered as one of the best among probably 5 or 10 countries in the world. But we can see that in terms of how to get the benefit out of it, Chile, I think, is in a bit or it's far more advanced than Indonesia. So he is mentioning about the PR by the government, the public relations, how to actually promote Indonesia to the mining investors in the world. The government needs to do more massive marketing to invest Indonesia, to invest to Indonesia. And then he was talking about the investment criteria as well. It's about the scale, a great existing process, low cost, long life, upside. It's recognizing the opportunity, and then also stable jurisdictions. It's about getting trust and confidence by the local peoples and local partners as well. He was using Martabe, was one of the good example of a case success story of EMR in Indonesia. So I think there are, apart from 6 or 7 Indonesia investment landscape, there are 2 areas that need to be improved or still being improved. It's about infrastructure and logistics, and also the legislative and also about regulatory. I think about the legislative and regulatory, later on we will hear what the government will share with us through Pak Andri, and then that have already been also talked about by Pak Dirjen at the beginning of the session. Okay, now let's move to the third speaker. So we will have Pak Adi Mariono. He's going to talk about how to enhance discovery success at early exploration stage. So that's very important because there are so many early stage project or great project in Indonesia that's just waiting to be, discovered or upscaled to a certain level to become a mineable or economic project or deposits. Okay, Pak Adi, you ready, Pak Adi? You will have 30 minutes, and I will give you a sign or interrupt you if you have 5 minutes left. Okay, Pak Adi, 30 minutes for you.
Terima kasih Pak Budi. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the time. Can you guys see my slide presentations? Hello, Pak Budi.
Yes, we can see your slides, but your voice is slow for us, Pak.
Okay. Is it better now if I move closer to the computer? Hello?
Yes, Pak.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, thank you, Pak Budi. At the start, I think David described very well about the ingredients, and I think I would like to expand on the examples and for those ingredients. And I think some of the geoscientists in the audience involved what I will describe, because it's basically like a personal experience for me in the industry for 30 years. So I think what's Rimon is wrong about Budi Santoso itself. So it and it will be well connected with what I presented. Yeah. So at the start, I will describe on the pipeline and the challenge so that my topics can be put into the context. As you know that there are four key elements to discovery. All about exploration, it's all about discovery, because that's what matters when we do our jobs. As a geologist, I keep saying to people or in my team that doing a good job is not enough for geoscientists. The end of the day, our metric is not a good job or job well done, but it's about discovery. How many ounces that actually we deliver to the company, to the nations. I think that's what matters in explorations. So I describe into three components. That's number one is technical initiative, and then number two is innovation and science and technology, and then I put the last actually corporate strategy. It also plays a very important role closer to the discovery. At the start, David saw us about the discovery of Cadia. It's and including Ridgeway, 400, 500 meter below the surface. And now that's what we're facing. The world now, it's getting, discovery is getting deeper and deeper. And it's, of course, the discovery cost, it's more expensive. And taking longer time, we just heard the giant discovery from Hu'u, Sorionto deposits. It's it's also undercover. And the slide here, that's the picture here that actually I would like to connect with Malcolm, another great speaker. And I was the witness that actually, when he proposed this project into the management, I was still an interpret, and we were making discovery at Tumpang Pitu at that time. He was putting proposal of Cascabel into the company portfolio. And this is what happened at Cascabel, discover underneath the tech little cap, similar to who we're talking about more than 200, 300 meter below the surface. So this is what the point with the talk at, with trying to how actually we can increase the success ratio in discovery, increase the probability of success in the discovery by looking at four components that Dave Cook also described. Number one, it's right grounds. Number two is passionate exploration team. And number three is right exploration techniques and technology. And number four, it's continued commitment from the management. They are really key components that we can have at the start before we're doing the work. So what I will focus on the pipeline here in the early stage, because that's what I think that's the first key step when we're looking at on the process of discovery. The word of discovery, it's a very like a holy word for us, because that's what we live for in our professional society. And that's what we aim to do when we're doing exploration. So I think by focusing on the early stage, I think we should be able to increase the probability of success. Number one, I would describe as how to pick the right grounds by doing the regional framework study. As you know that this can be done by a company or by institution like geological agency atau badan geologi who can encourage the exploration in Indonesia by showing or generating the hot targets, or in the company we see like a right ground to do the exploration. So it starts with the data collection. So many data that around, as if you go to the badan geologi, or if you dig or pile in your company, so many data around that we can use it. And we dealing with the source of data like a geology, geochemistry, geophysics, and remote sensing that we can play around. And what we intend to do is trying to build the spatial database and then analyze and then into meaningful data sets that you can use for targeting. At the end of the day, you will do the prospectivity of the areas by putting the meaningful data that's already processed from the raw data so that you can identify the targets. This is quite common in petroleum industry. I think has been around in mineral industry quite a while, but it's something that as a geoscientist we can do this during limited time to the field now. And I think by generating this kind of stuff, we can offer the foreign investor of the hot ground that we compile from different set of data layers. So this is kind of data that we're dealing with, that I've done for with the team for 2 years. But you don't have to follow through this kind of procedure lengthy that's with different kind of people that set into the different topic to come up with the meaningful data sets. I will just give you an example. The one aspect of the study that we normally do is the mineral endowment. In this case, it's gold endowment. So many data that we can extract and help us in focusing what we're looking for and where we need to find, and it's what particular criteria that drive us or guide us into the right ground. This is, for example, that we're looking at the statistic of the mineral deposits in the Papuan Islands. And it's, if we put into context, then we certainly identify which belt of the 3 belts here around actually more prospective, and what it's actually associated with this thing here, and including which one of the area that actually more fertile than other magmatic belts, and also define us what exploration target that we need to looking for. This is kind of one aspect of the study that we can play around, and it's so many data around that we can compile like this here. If somebody also believe on the statistic that under the normal distribution of the deposits, we see the gap between the largest one on the right side and then on the next one to the left one. There is a gap, that's something that must be there, that need to be discovered. And this is another way to look at how to see the opportunity at the early stage. And it's on the left side, on the top pie, it's looking at what's right edge of the magmatism that we need to focus on. And this kind of a study in only one aspect that we can draw a lot of key elements that we need to use to identify the right ground. And you're looking at the multiple data layers that you put rate and weight into the aspect, which one is more priority, which one actually less priority, which one more relevant to the target that we use, and which one is less one. Because at the end of the day, you cannot just explore for everything. You need to be focused on the area, focus on the deposit, focus on the commodity, so that those things will help us in increasing the opportunity at the early stage. At the end of the day, either you use the artificial machine or the prospectivity machine and the ArcGIS, you will generate the hot target like this year in the red that as the right, what we believe right ground to explore. So as a manager, you always given funding, and if say that I give you 10 million US dollar to explore finding giant copper gold deposits, and it's you need to focus on the right ground to start with. And this is all about to pick up the right ground to start with, what Dave Cook described at the start. And then I'm part of the code, and I need to promote more the state-of-the-art exploration technique and science. And one of the sample that we can see on the chart here, how that actually we deal with the lithocap environments. Looking at different level, different techniques, for example, like between the sodium, potassium, alunite, we can figure out which one actually closer to the intrusive center. And it's in Australia. In the first presentation by Dave Cook, it's undercover. And it's in Indonesia, it's covered under lithocap, under young volcanic. It is very important that we understand the subsurface geology. The anaglyph modelings able to remove the regolith cover, a technique that is developed by Simon Meldrum when he used to be in Newmont, and now he runs his own company. And this is its early start of how we pick up the ground as in some place like Australia or Indonesia, develop a regolith technique, mapping technique, so that we can see the geology under cover. And so many techniques that we can develop how we map in the lithocap environment. Although this is like a porphyry environment, but it's masked by the lithocap, but we can apply the porphyry mapping technique, something that's already proven over the years. And it's something that not many geoscientists realize how important is looking at the key observation parameters. The green rock, Dave also mentioned early in this presentation, how to differentiate between the outer propylitic and inner propylitic in order as to factor toward the center of the system. Super black, somebody developed, Bill Griffith developed super black as opposed to black, traditional black, bulk leads extractable gold. Under this new technique of black sample, we made a simulation for the entire Sumbawa and Lombok Islands during Newmont time when they did explorations. We only took 3 weeks to complete 1.2 million hectare with the black sample, because one sample represents to 20, 30 kilometers square. And we, and that time, Newmont took more than 2 years, 85, 86, 87 to complete the regional stream sediment survey at Lombok and Sumbawa. And you can see the big difference, the jump, how actually the new technique of black is bringing more advantage. So many other techniques that we can list here, like 3D modeling, spectral, satellite spectral, and also the device with Terrestrial ASD that will help us in its factoring into the ground. Not only that, the remote sensing also plays an important role. During the old time, so many discoveries made because of it is exposed, the deposit exposed. For example, like Batu Hijau, where this is the picture of outcropping Batu Hijau porphyry. But when we look at Elang, it's partially exposed. Tumpang Pitu totally concealed, and it's Sori Onto and Brambang also it's undercover. So it's when you're looking at this environment, this is the time where actually we need to think what else as a geoscientist that we can do this. This is the technique of lithocap exploration techniques, the ASD, the mapping. It's very, very key in identifying the potential underneath cover here. So you can see that some of the areas took 6 companies to discover. As I mentioned that I wish that Malcolm here, and he was the one that actually led the team who discovered Tumpang Pitu in 2008, 2009. And I was lucky enough part of it. And that's, as I mentioned to you, he will be good as a resource to speak about the people here. And that's certainly that we're looking at the similar trend in the worldwide discovery trend on the lag time to discovery. And it's getting longer and longer because we're now dealing with undercover here. And it's if you're looking at the first pack of the ground in 90s until the discovery of Onto, it took until the claim of or the announcement of the first maiden resource, it took 27 years compared to Batu Hijau, which is only 4 years. This is another technique that's with this one here, it's actually a very effective way in picking up the porphyry centers that possibly associated with giant copper gold deposits. And this is done by Chris Moore. You can see in the picture here that actually so many discrete magnetic anomalies, small and big, very outstanding with the magenta or the pink, and then the subtle ones with the red. You can see here that actually they are quite different. And you can see that the yellow outline is the one that's outline of the 0.2, 0.3% copper of Tumpang Pitu porphyry. And not only that, actually, we able to identify the potential for the copper gold prospect, but we able to see the pattern of the alteration complex both in Tumpang Pitu and Salakan. Not only that, we able to see the intrusive complex, which normally that we're looking for apophyse that carries a giant porphyry, copper, and gold here. This is like a 3D modeling that's done by Chris Moore and beautifully was tested by us at that time. And you can see that the combination between the subtle soil and the magnetic anomalies, that is the key in discovery of the Tumpang Pitu porphyry. And you can see here the model that 3D model that developed by Chris Moore, and you can see Tumpang Pitu and only one of several stock and a dike that can be tested for further exploration. What you're looking at here is the tentative geology under surface at Hogan. We're looking at Western Australia, and you're looking at a series of sediments and ultramafic as part of the greenstone belt that's intruded by ultramafic and granite here, and some of them dolerites. And if I click here, you can see that we're looking at two belts of gold emerging belt in Yilgarn here. Number one is in the left side with total of 12 million ounces, a gold endowment. On the right one, that's the one that we're trying to pick up after doing the modeling of the geology here. So I will trying to compare between the geology here with the data, because it is very limited outcrop that exposed in this area. And this is why we're trying to understand the geology by using the geophysics data, the remote sensing data to come up with the tentative geology undercover. I'll try to click up with the first one. What you're looking at here is the magnetic RTP, which we can see that high magnetic trend here on the left side on my cursor, along with the 12 million ounces gold endowment is actually ultramafic one. So yeah, this is the one that you can see that's in the purple, and that's what mapped by magnetic data, as you can see here. And it's the sediment was mapped by the low magnetic image, and other deposit as well. We can see the subtle of granite, for example, in the middle where we look. I'm looking at here my cursor at the granite. This is represented by the subtle magnetic body here. So this is kind of the technique that that's being employed by our geoscientists in Australia, trying to see the undercover. Not only the magnetic, we also looking at the structure as well. And then we also looking at the gravity as well to differentiate between the sedimentary package and then volcanic package. And it's trying to see the geological domains. And this is exactly where we're trying to come up with the targets. As you can see that the high gravity associated with the 12 million ounces endowment, and we're trying to pack on the right one. And this is what happened the current here that using the data here. And finally, we target, we pick up the right ground, what we believe with right ground, and this is we explore for gold. And you can see here the trend, and it's mostly covered by regolith, very young, younger than mineralizations, and that we can see that here evaporate lake here, that with the hilly area, sometimes we have outcrop here. What you're looking at now, it's I'm trying to enter into the third topic, which is corporate strategy. And I think Pak Sumardiman is the right source to talk about this, but I will thought and basis. This is the operation of BHP per today. So in the South America, we're looking at Escondida here. And then copper and gold. On the purple one, this is oil field. It's not relevant to us. And the North America, we have a resolution here. And a lot of dots in Australia, coal in the north, Olympic Dam to the south, and then we have a couple nickel here, nickel west to the west of Western Australia. You can see the different BHP now compare when we're looking at in the 90s. This is all discovery made by BHP in that time. You're looking at so
Yes,
many of them, including Escondida.
5 minutes left.
Thank you, Pak Budi. And including Oyu Tolgoi, the famous Oyu Tolgoi was discovered by BHP, including Reko Diq, it's Double and Batu Hijau was discovered by BHP, and a lot of Indonesian geologists involved this one here. Hope Bay in Canada, Ekati diamonds, all discovered by BHP. So what's the difference? Because BHP at the time believed in the first mover strategy. It's very famous with the sentence, get there first. So a lot of discovery were made at the time by that policy. Sometime worked, sometime didn't work. In case of Pakistan, discovery was made. Yes, discovery was made, but it's politic-wise, it's not favorable, for example. But Oyu Tolgoi should be there as part of the BHP operation now. And now Oyu Tolgoi belongs to Rio Tinto after taking over from Ivanhoe. So this thing here, you can see the difference, how actually the company policy can make a huge difference, and we were part of it at that time, along with Pak Sumardiman, Pak Sukmandaru, Pak Hasbi. And this is Pakistan. We're looking at the giant deposit that discovered by our team in 95, 96, 90, until 98. Every time we put a hole as we discover something. And we were lucky enough as part of the discovery team and able to give the name of Western Porphyry, Central Porphyry, it's 15, it's 8. And we're looking at 24 million ton copper and 41 million ounces gold. And this is part of the policy by BHP at the time. Risk taker. And I bring this up because I have a great respect to Malcolm, who also lead the company who discovered Cascabel. Although he left the company now, I think he has done a great job in putting this project into the management portfolio. And you see this one here is the hottest discovery in South America. It's jumped the market cap of Sol Gold almost now as part of the intermediate company from zero to hero. And this is a good example how taking risk as junior. When I use the previous slide, BSP is major, and BSP attitude or major company attitude now is quite different than in the old time. And now it's actually juniors play much more key role in the discovery business. I think by taking a risk, I think Sol Gold get reward. The less risk, less reward, and higher risk, high reward. And this is our business in exploration. And my last slides here, I think I would like to emphasize how you assemble the passionate team can make a difference. And number two is the commitment management. And as I use as example as J Resources here, from a zero to a real serious miner, and used to be the mining contractor, and it transformed into miner. And it's with the commitment of management on funding and a trust to exploration team, you can see the growth of resource from 3 million ounces now to 9.2 million ounces, and reserve with 1 million ounces now is almost 5 million ounces. And during the last 7 years, we already produced 1.5 million ounces of gold. And this is something that I personally am proud of, and Pak Budi also part of the team. And the two key components in this one here is the passionate exploration team and then management commitment. And we can see one of the example with the fine work by our exploration team, we can make a difference. Do-up has been around ages, more than 20 years. When I was joining BSP with Pak Sumarduman, Do-up already discovered, and it's always described as the same as before us. It's always, oh, this is epithermal. This is a very limited, but actually the case is not like that. It is a different animal. It's every deposit is unique. Every deposit requires a different kind of attention and handle. This is exactly how we able to observe the key parameters on the deposit and able to differentiate that there are three mixed deposit here, a porphyry, epithermal, and sediment hosted here. So I think this is a good of example, and it's at the end of the day, I describe all the four very important ingredient what initially this book taught base, right ground, how to pick up the right grounds, how to employ the right technique and science in exploration, assemble the passionate team and management commitment. Thank you, Pak Budi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pak Adi. Just right on time. Excellent. And this one is a funny picture from one of the next great project in Indonesia and develop gold reserve in Indonesia or ore bodies in Indonesia. Thank you very much, Pak Adi. I think you have mentioned very clearly, shared some similarities with the ideas of Pak David Cook, talking about, by the end of the day, it's just about people, the right people, doing the right things, the right place, and probably we could add the right time. So implementing 3Gs, the geology, geophysics, and geochem, and plus geology is the science about lithocap, green rock, magma fertility study, and so on. That's also a very detailed, great ingredients to be successful in explorations. And I do agree, or we all here do agree, that the success of the explorer is measured or assessed by the discovery. It's not just technical discovery, hopefully, but it is a mineable or a discovery or a mineable ore body. Okay, I think we will have our last speakers, and if we have we have here Pak Andri. Good morning, Pak Andri. Welcome. And we have already read your CV early on. So basically, now you have 30 minutes to present the presentations with title of Indonesia as a regulator to stimulate exploration and mining culture. So we do hope that we could have more elaborations of what Pak Ridwan Jamaluddin has already presented in the very beginning. And you will have 30 minutes, Pak Andri, and then I will give you a sign or interrupt you if you have 5 minutes left. Oke, Pak, silakan Pak Andri.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Budi. Thank you very much, Pak Budi. This is a great pleasure for me to deliver the important informations about our new mining law regarding how we revitalizing the exploration and investments in Indonesia. And this is an honor for me to be able to present. And this is very professional seminars that I'm attending. From the former presentations, I've been highlight some inspiring words from David Cook. I'm writing the highlight that the key success of exploration is the people itself. So the geologist has to be able to increase the experiences and competences. And also from the Owen Haggard, I'm a lot of writing the highlight, and this is it's so inspired for us as a government officers that they have to be that we have the government has to be as the public relations in terms of continually improving the explorations and mining investments. Um, I'm highlight two points from Owen. First is highlight investment environment, and second is progressive legislations. And this is on the track with what we have already done with the new mining law. So, Pak Budi, did you see my presentations?
Yes, we do, but you could probably do it in, yes, slideshow. Yes, thank you. Excellent.
So, okay, this is I will present the new mining law. In the topics in the themes is restoring the mineral explorations and mining investment. Um, Today, I will explain and I will deliver five topics. First is Indonesian's explorations overview. This is to show you what we already done in the previous years uh, in terms of the explorations. And also, I will deliver what is the background of the new mining law. And of the more important thing is also to encouraging the explorations in Indonesia. And the third is the explorations aspect in mining law directives. This is the valuable information for you all guys that this is the concept. We are still in the drafting with the legal teams, but this is the first publish the concepts of the directives of mining laws. So you are guys is very lucky. So this is the first publications of the concept of the new mining law directives. And the number four is encouraging explorations. This is we also uh, giving you all the informations what the government of Indonesia has already did in the efforts or in the works to increase the explorations in Indonesia. And last is as conclusions. So I'll start with the nation's overview. This slide is very inspiring me. Why? Because this slide is show that where the money goes to for the explorations. As you can see here, the budget of explorations are mostly goes to Canadian and Australians. And how about Indonesia? Indonesia in 2019, Indonesia is a middle class country based on the total cost budget for exploration activity, which is around 100 million US dollars. So it's in the middle countries. Same with Vietnam, same with some part of the African country, but still far from South Americans. And this is also the data that giving us that in 2019 the budget explorations is in decreasing from 10 billions to 9.8 billions, and Indonesia is in around of 100% of the world explorations budget. But to be grateful, ladies and gentlemen, although the cost of explorations globally has decreased, in fact, Indonesia is one of the countries that experienced an increase in exploration costs in 2019, which is almost 50 millions. Um, this is based on data of the S&P Global Market Intelligence. Yes, we also that data is we also collect the data that indeed we are increasing the investments of explorations during 2018 to 2019, and we also increasing the explorations investment of two national investments from 2% become 3%. In total, mineral and coal, we are spending 204 billions millions 204 millions US dollar. And we also collect the data from the working budget plan. Indonesia will be the investments of the explorations in Indonesia will increase until 2022. And I hope with the new mining law, it will be more increasing in 2023 and 2024. So because a lot of things we will do to get to make the explorations policy more investment friendly. And this is what we already did with the performance indicators of explorations in 2019. In terms of budget explorations to revenue ratios in 2019, we are achieving to 1.44%, which is higher than the targets 1% of the budget. And in last years, regarding the coverage area is the ratio of general explorations compared to general explorations compared to the total prospect area. And we see here that the gold, copper, and tin has a low coverage area. So it means that a lot of the prospect area that has been not in general explorations stage. So we still have a lot of homework to do this to be able to deliver a reserve to the countries. And the number third is reserve replacement ratio. We also collect the discovery to mining. We also collect the ratios of additional reserve compared to mining productions in 2019. As you can see here that in 2019 we adding the reserve for gold is 0.6 compared to productions. Copper is 5 times compared to productions. Nickel 3 times, and bauxite is 35 times compared to production, and also tin almost one times compared to productions in 2019. So that's the oh, and this is my last presentations in the section one, and where did the monies goes to the explorations. In 2019, the number of drill points are increasing from 10,000 become 12,000, and we able to drill almost 1 million meters in 2019. So this is the very good sign for the explorations environment. And this is the mineral and coal resource and reserve as the result of the explorations. And now we are coming to the new mining law. What is the background of the amendment of law number 4 2009 concerning mineral and coal? There are three backgrounds. First, we try to debate the bottlenecking past experience. As we all know, that the necessity to regulate the legal form of small-scale rock exploitations, and for certain purposes, for example, for infrastructures, and also we want to have a policy to increase mineral and coal added value, and necessity to regulate regarding the adjustment from contracts to permit. And this is in our area, the second background to improve the mineral and coal mining policy and governance. First, we want to increase the exploration activities to encourage increasing the discovery of mineral and coal deposits. And some others of background is we want to be able to strengthening the role of state-owned enterprises, or is it so called as a BUMN. And the others is we try to implement the constitutional court decision, as it is so called as Mahkamah Konstitusi decisions. And next, this is the first highlight of mining law. The first one is the period of explorations activities may be extended. This is very important. As Pak Adi Mariono already presented, from finding the deposits to be able to manage to produce in the mining in the most recent year is becoming late, and becoming more need more time to be able to produce or to be able to define as a reserve. So we know that this is important. So uh, we try, we have, we make some policies to be able to extended the exploration activities. Here, as you can see, that mineral metal is 8 years explorations, uh, and for rocks is 3 years, and for certain kinds of non-metals is 7 years. In the new mining law, it may be extended for 1 year of each extensions after fulfilling the requirement, and further provisions to be regulated in the government regulations. So this is the first highlight of the exploration aspect. The second highlight, this is also the most important things, that this is how we answering the Owen Haggard concerns about the Indonesians to make Indonesians great again. This is the business certainty. This is important. So in the new our new mining law, the IUP holder who has completed exploration activities is guaranteed to be able to carry out operations activities as a continuation of his mining business activities, with obligations to meet, of course, to meet the requirement such as administrative, technical, and environmental, and also the financials. So this is important things to highlight, that we in the our new mining law we giving the business certainty. Next, and also uh, the third one is a reserve security fund and development explorations of mineral and coal, as it is stipulated in Article 112 and also Article 36, that the operations production IUP must provide mineral and coal reserve security fund, is used for discovering new reserve, and also in order to conserve mineral and coal, the IUP holder is obliged to carry out the further explorations, or we call as a development explorations, and then providing a budget. So these two articles we combine as a one statement. Reserve Security Fund is provided by the company to carry out the explorations activities in order to find new reserve throughout the IUP or IUPK area. And this Reserve Security Fund is used for development exploration activities. So this already stipulated in the explanations of the Article 36A, Law number 3. Development explorations means the activity to increase the confidence of geological data and information status in the form of resource and or reserve during production operant stage. So what I would to highlight in this in these topics is the reserve security fund is determined by the ministry every year in the RKAB, or in the approval of the yearly activities and budgeting plan, and also by considering the explorations performance indicator as already mentioned in the previous slide. So the next, this is also how we develop the new policies that we able to assign the private companies to do the reconnaissance and research. This is the new one, and this is also answering the opportunities for the junior mining companies to be able to conduct the explorations in Indonesia. As we made the illustration here, the ministers give assignment for preparing the minerals and coal mining business area license, or it is so-called WIUP or WIUP. The assignment is given to national research institutions, state-owned company, regional-owned company, or the private company, a business entity as a private. And the assignment area and the borderline is set by the minister. So there's no limitations of the areas. And what I want to deliver to you all, that the state-owned company, regional-owned company, or business entity who is assigned to do research at the assigned area is appointed as metal and has and obtained the right to equal the bid in the auctions, or is it so-called as a first right to match. And further provisions will be regulated by the government regulations. So this is the mining law directives. It's still in the draft, like I said before, and we still in the discussing with the legal teams. But in concept, I'll be able to deliver to you all guys this morning. So there are three important provisions for the law directive. First is extensions explorations period. The second is exploration assignment and also the development explorations. For the extensions of explorations period, there are four issues that we will regulate in the directives of mining law. First is application procedure, explorations constraint study, long-term explorations activity, and explorations commitment guarantee. For the second highlight, important provisions, for the exploration assignment, we will regulate the procedures for applications and evaluations, implementations of assignment, supervisions of assignment, procedure for reporting and evaluations, compensation fee. This is what we call as the KDI, kompensasi data dan informasi, and submissions of final assignment as a result data. For the development explorations, we will also regulate the explorations performance appraisal, reserve resilience fund, and explorations planning in budget plan. Here we are. This is the concept. For the extensions of explorations period, the concept is the IUP explorations may be granted the extension activity stage for 1 year for each extensions. Extension requirement, there are obstacles according to the technical criteria. So there are a requirement, yeah, that for IUP holder that want to be able to have these facilities, they have to meet the requirement. There are obstacles according to the technical criteria, including, for example, as allocations of explorations activities that are difficult to access. For instance, if our target area is surrounding by the forestry areas, for example, so it needs more time to be able to transporting the equipment or others activities, and a high degree of complexity of geological conditions. Pak Adi Mariono explained to us that if the geologists or the explorers is become more deeper and more deeper and more deeper. So this is we uh, we considered that is as an obstacles for 8 years exploration stage. So that's why uh, we can we regulate also these kind of matters as a technical criteria that will be able to required as for giving the extensions, a high degree of complexity of geological conditions, and also the explorations RKAB during the applications period of extensions and placing a guarantee of explorations commitment in state bank. Development explorations. This is the second substance for the derivative of mining law. First, development exploration is intended to discover new reserve at the operation production stage. And second, the implementation of development exploration activities, the holder at the operations production stage is obliged to allocate budget every year. The amount of mineral and core reserve security fund is proposed in the annual working and budgeting plan in the RKAB. The obligations of development explorations may be excluded for the IUP holder that operations production stage who already have reserve data in all area at the operations production stage. It means that the coverage area indicators already 100%. So they don't need to be oblique for doing the development explorations. Next, this is uh, I think this is the highlights of this day of my presentations today. The exploration assignments. The minister may assign BUMN, BUMD, or private business to conduct reconnaissance and research in the context of mining business area preparations. The assignment area will be given in two methods. Uh, the assignment area will be given. First is offering by the assignment areas by the minister, and the second is by applications for area assignment by the BUMN or by the business entity. So there are two ways: offering by assignment by minister to only uh, research institution BUMN and BUMD, and the second is the applications for area by BUMN or private business entity. And the third one, reconnaissance and research must be meet the requirement. Uh, there are three requirements: administrative, technical, and financials. Administrative has a company profile, technical has portfolio and competent expert, and the financials has a financial report and bank guarantee letter. This is the important also. In giving an assignment, the first come first serve principle and requirement prevailed. And the number five, assignment term maximum 3 years and may be extended 2 times each 1 year. And the assignee, this is important also, is prohibited from diverting or transferring the assignment to another party. This is important. Yeah, to to prohibited the diverting or transferring the assignment to another party. And number seven is minister shall supervise the implementations of exploration assignment. Number eight, the assignee are obliged to save, secure, and keep the data and information as a result of reconnaissance and research confidentially, and submit all the data to the minister in the form of a report. So this is important because the data will be needed to calculate the compensations fee of the data and informations. So they have to keep confidentially, but they have to submit all the data to the minister. This is how we illustrate the assignment process, the assignment procedures of explorations. This is still concept, but I really eager to deliver it to public. So because this is important that we will try to make the healthy investment and environment in terms of the explorations. So if, for example, if they are PTA as a business entity applying the requesting for area assignment, ministry will be evaluating for the three requirement and set the area assignment. And PTA doing the reconnaissance and research for 3 or 5 years and reporting to ministry, and after that set the signing area into WUP and doing the auctions. And during the auctions, the PTA have a special right to do the first right to match. And if the PTA is failed or lose in the auctions, for example, PTB is as a winner, so PTB is obliged to pay data and information compensations or KDI to the government, and replacement cost for the explorations investment that has been approved by the minister. So PTB have to pay the compensations to PTA in the numbers of as that already approved by the minister. So and this is also important. Is it true that the new mining law is giving the opportunity to junior mining company? Yes, it is. In the Article 17B, paragraph 1, mining law, minister may assign to the private business entity to conduct the reconnaissance and research in order to prepare the WIUP, the WUP. And for instance, this is PTA assignment and giving the assignment to by the ministry doing the reconnaissance, and this is meant supervised by the geological body or geological agency, and also the Directorate General of Mineral and Coal. And after the auctions, for example, PTA has wood as a winner, and they doing the next they get the explorations IUP and doing the explorations. If they already get the data of resource and reserve data, and um, and it able to go to the next stage, to the operation productions. So the mining and refining specialist company, or the big mining companies, will be able to pay to have or to transferring to the mining, GMC able to transfer the IUP, the license, to the big mining company or mining specialist company. So it is stipulated in Article 93, Paragraph 1 and 2. The IUP holder may transfer the license to another party after obtaining approval from the minister and fulfill the requirement for completing the exploration activity as evidence by the availability of resource and reserve. So this is the requirement. As long that the junior mining company able to deliver the resource and reserve data, so the minister will be evaluated. Is it adequate or not? The datas, and if it's adequate, so the minister, and also if they have the performance, the good performance in terms of the technical, financials, and financial obligations to the government, the ministers will be give the approval, or to be able to transfer to another mining companies. So this is to answering how we also open the opportunity to junior mining companies, and encouraging explorations in terms of government endeavors. In the last 2 and 3 years, we tried hard to increasing the good ecosystem for the explorations. So what we already did in the last 2 years, we are regulating the explorations in the good, or in the investment friendly way. Is, as you can see that round in new mining law are very investment friendly in terms of the explorations aspect.
3 minutes
And
more.
we also, 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. And second, we are applying the indicator performance to encouraging the explorations activities. The third one is we are utilizing the informations of technology to get the data of the explorations, and also to monitoring the explorations activities. And also fourth, we are synergized with another sectors, for example, with the forestries ministries, to facilitate, and in terms of technical, to do the explorations in the forestry area. So what this is the government endeavors of in the last 2 years. So this is my conclusions today. First, Indonesia is a medium-sized country based on the budget. Although there has been a decrease compared to the previous 2 decades, in the last 5 years, there has been an increase in exploration spending in Indonesia. As a result, of course, of improvement the mining governance, particularly regulations on certain activities, and synergy between sectors. This is important. We are facilitating some obstacles of explorations in the forest area with the Ministry of Forestry. And second, in order to increase investor interest in explorations, government of Indonesia has made the following effort: establish investment-friendly regulations, doing supervision, synchronize and optimizations with other sectors, utilize the information technology. And this is my last statement. The government information is very concerned about increasing exploration activities in Indonesia by providing wide opportunities for private companies to carry out exploration through reconnaissance and research assignment, as well as opening opportunities for junior mining companies to conduct explorations. So this is my presentations today. Thank you, Pak Budi, for giving me an opportunity. And this is once again, this is very is a great honor for me. And this seminar is very professional seminar that we able see the professional discussions about the explorations, and also bringing the new ideas not only for the explorer, but also for the governments, as uh, as I listened in this morning, what the former presentations give us the inspiring words in terms of encouraging the explorations. Thank you, Pak Budi. That's all my presentations.
Thank you very much, Pak Andri. Actually, the honor is actually in ours, Pak, because you are so what you call generous. Thank you to the Pak Dirjen as well to allowing Pak Andri to also share, even though that it is still concept. But I think this is a very right time and audience to hear directly from you about the mining law directives. So yes, indeed, based on your presentations, that the spirits of the mining law, the new mining law or the amendment of the law for 2009, which is now number 3, 2020, especially in the explorations, whether if it is about extending the exploration period, giving business certainty, and also especially in the exploration assignments. It is very clear, and I'm pretty much sure that everybody, especially in the industry, is waiting for the mining law directives to be officially published, and then we can see how the industry will respond. We also are very glad that at the very beginning of your presentations, you showing how good the government documenting the um, explorations budget or budget spent in Indonesia. Yes, the trend is positive, but I think we can do it much better together, hand by hand, trying to promote the country from the technical perspectives, and also try to push anything that from the professional organization can contribute on that effort. Okay, I think now we are in the sessions of questions and answer. We still have all the speakers except Pa Owen. He does apologize for not able to be with us today. So we still have David Cook. I'm pretty much sure that he's still around with us. And then Pak Adi Mariono, and of course, Pak Andri. So we will have about 20 minutes for questions and answer. As I said earlier, you could open up the chat box discussion, and then you can click the raise hand button, and then I will call your name, and please indicate your name and also your company or your institutions, and then the question. Just please do just one question for each of you, and then you are posting your question to which speakers that we have today. Okay, let's see. Okay, now we have one gentleman who has raised his hand. This is Pak Andri Subandrio. So please, if the committee could unmute the speakers of Pak Andri Subandrio. Pak Andri Subandrio, you have one questions only for one of our speakers today.
Very much. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes, Pak.
Okay. So the question is for Pak Andri. My name is Andri from Geology ITB. So there is new law about the mining, and it is also, I think it is very very good. But I think now the the law is itself is maybe uh, integrated in the central government. But we have difficulty in the in the mining side, yeah, for example, yeah, it is also with the forest, yeah, forest law, and also for environment that against the mining. So yeah, and also some some law in the in the in the mining side. This is also big problem, yeah? Because there is a lot of yeah aturan, deh, banyak banyak aturan gitu. Jadi ini yang maaf saya bahasa Indonesia biar lebih lancar. Jadi aturan-aturan yang itu akan misalnya saja bertentangan dengan lingkungan, seperti misalnya saja yang ada di Aceh, ya, di Gaya Luas itu sebenarnya ada prospek public cover, tapi terganjal oleh hutan lindung, ya, sebagian daerahnya masuk hutan lindung. Kemudian juga dengan LSM. Nah ini bagaimana misalnya saja dari Direktorat Minerba menyikapi hal ini. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andri Subandrio. So basically, he's talking about overlapping law or regulation probably ministerial or departmental, something that I think Pak Andri Firmanto has already touched a little bit about that these days the new law is also trying to accommodate tease such issue. Please, Pak Andri Firmanto.
Thank you, Pak Andri Subandrio. Our name is the same. Our first name is same. Andri. Okay, so for the regulations with this overlapping between Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and of Forestries, yes, it is, Pak. But I'm sure that every sector has their own indicators, performance indicators. For the forestries point of views, they are the president is giving the task to them to decreasing the deforestations. So there are certain of numbers of forestry that have to keep in yearly. So in terms of the state of revenues, the Ministry of Energy of Mineral Resources also are giving the task by the presidents to have to giving the revenues from the minerals resources. So in this kind of two sectors performance has to be able to facilitate, Pak. In the last 2 years, we have some of facilitating program. For instance, in the last year, in 2019, we are solving the seven problem of explorations in the forestry area from 17 problems. Mostly are coming from PPIP, as a peta indikatif of penundaan pemberian izin baru, as a memorandums of giving the new license to the forestries. But with the dialogue, with the good dialogue, as we know, we have to optimize the resources. Um, um, the resources not only in the surface, also in the subsurface. So in this kind of good coordinations, some part of the regulations of in forestries are giving are changing into more convenience regulations for the explorations activities. For example, for in the hutan lindung, yeah, you guys can do the explorations, and also in terms of exploration stage, there are no charging fees for the forestry areas. Izin pinjam pakai, there are no charges. And also for the development of explorations in the operation stage, um, before the revisions of the P5 ya, P5 the operation stage cannot do the explorations activities because they already in the operation stage. But by coordinating, by explaining, by facilitating, they are now um, uh, they are now make the more convenience for exploration state for exploration activity, uh, even though the companies are already in the operation stage and without the charges, but only giving for 2 years the explorations, the development exploration. But next, new mining laws already delivered to because we are now have a good communications with the forestries. So we are delivering the new mining law, the new concepts of the explorations, and they will also be giving the more convenience and more friendly for the explorations, because they also know that the exploration is the key success for the optimizing the mineral and resources. That's all, Pak Andri Subandrio, my explanations.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
but
you. Thank you very much, Pak Andri Firmanto. I think it's already well explained and answered by you, Pak. And I'm very much sure that government, especially in this the SDM, is now working in their power to accommodate or to make the business environment, mining business environment, especially explorations, in a way of easier than it used to be. It was covered in the bottlenecking problem in the past, and I think this is one of the very bottlenecking issues. We do hope that in the future, in the near future, we will see that it is not the issues anymore. Thank you, both Pak Andri, or Pak Andri Subandria, and Pak Andri Firmanto. And then we move to the next questions. Um, I can see Pak Janjan from Agincourt Resources. So please, the committee to unmute Pak Janjan speaker so he can start his question. Please, Pak Janjan.
Okay, thank you, Pak Budi, and hello all. Pak Andri, I'm really very interested with the new regulation. It's very good opportunity, and then I see there is some adjustment if we are look at to the if we compare to the former one. That's good. I just wondering to more understand about the how to transfer. The first three is the minimum reserve fund. Basically, is there any minimum for reserve fund, especially for the junior company that do not have any mining yet or pure exploration. Okay, and then the other things about the how to transferring the IUP or like license, which is in your presentation the condition is if there's already have the resource and reserve. It is the resource and reserve, or just we can do if there is just any resource at all without any reserve. Okay, I think that's two questions, Pak Andri. Thank you.
thank
Okay,
you, Pak. Ya, Pak Budi silakan, Pak.
yes, go ahead, Pak Andri.
Question from Pak, sorry,
Janjan.
Pak Janjan.
Pak Janjan. Pak Janjan. Okay. Thank you, Pak Janjan. Is there any minimum reserve fund? No, there are no minimums. So reserve fund will be will be approved by the government in the working budget plan. So considering the two indicators, the two exploration indicator, first is the coverage area, and the second is a reserve replacement ratios. For the companies that have a low coverage area, they have to increase the the budget, and also if there are no reserve replacement ratio, the reserve replacement ratio is very low. We also try push the IUP holders to become to conduct the more advanced explorations, to be able to derive or to be able to have the new reserve numbers. So, but including according to the experience, what we collect the data from the for previous years, they are mostly we are generating that mostly the budget is 1% of the revenues, but for every companies will be different, but maybe in nationals numbers in around 1% of the revenues, but it depends on the performance indicators of the companies. Some part of our companies will be giving the more higher than 1% of the revenues. And for resource and reserve, for the junior mining companies who want to transfer or who want to transfer the license to the big mining companies, they have to be able to giving both resource and reserve, because it's important, as is stipulated in the mining law. They have to be giving the resource and reserve numbers with the n n words, not n or n words. So they have to be get these two numbers, resource and reserve. Pak Jajan. That's all my explanation, Pak.
Okay, thank you. Very well said, Pak Andri. Yes, it is very challenging if the junior company has to come up with resource and reserve before they could transfer their ownership, but that's the law, and then we will see how and the mining practitioners or companies or society will respond to the new mining law and its derivatives. Okay, we still have about 5 to 10 minutes for more questions from the floor. Maybe I would invite to ask a question more about technical, probably, because we are technical person. Most, if not all of you, are geologists, except for Andri Firmanto. He's an engineer, like Ferrari amongst Lamborghinis. Is there anyone else? If not, I will take this opportunity for myself to ask questions. I will count down from 3 to 1.
Budi, I think there's a question from Adi Sayarif. His hand is up on the screen.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Okay, sorry. Okay, Mas Adi Sharif. Thank you, David. I can see it on the chat box, but yes, on the screen. Mas Adi Sharif, please mention your name and institution or company, and the question is directed to who?
Yeah, my name is Adi Sharif from J Resources. I would like to ask to Pak David Cook. The first question is based on your presentation before. The chargeability from IP gives the feature in the subsurface that have the sulfide content, especially in pyrite. And how about the geophysics response at the surface, such as magnetic or other? Is there any clearly exotic feature that imagine the Cadia porphyry lies underneath the young cover? And the second question is, based on your experience, how about geochemistry study, such as soil sampling and partial leach method at the fresh rock? Is it able to do in the undercover deposit or no? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Adi, for those questions. The geophysical signature at Ridgeway, as I mentioned, the IP survey probably did pick up the pyrite halo to the deposit. The pyrite content of those rocks is low. It doesn't get more than about 5% at its highest, and mostly it's in 2 or 3%. So it is not a very strong IP anomaly, but it was detected undercover. The Ridgeway deposit has a very high content of magnetite in its core. It's a very magnetite-rich porphyry. It has 10 volume percent magnetite associated with the high-grade copper and gold. The magnetic survey at the time did not detect that magnetic signature. It was swamped by the nearer surface signatures. So the tertiary volcanics were not really an issue. It was more the background magnetite in the Ordovician volcanic rocks above the porphyry. So more recent times, the magnetic surveys have improved and they believe they can see the magnetic signature from surface, but not at the time of discovery. The other question you asked was, I believe, about can we work in relatively fresh rocks to detect deposits undercover? Well, we've been doing a lot of research in that space, and yes, you can use mineral chemistry to help detect the geochemical signature at greater distance from the deposit. So there are advances in geochemistry and advances in geophysics that are augmenting our capacity to detect deposits at considerable depth. But it still comes down to applying the right techniques in the right environment and being able to assess the subtle signatures that you are detecting. So you need those experienced geologists who understand those signatures and can put them together and identify the location of the target. So technology enables explorers. So it makes us better at what we do, but we still have to know what we're looking for as geoscientists. Thank you very much for your question, Adi.
Thank you, Pak David and Mas Adi. Originally, we have time up to 11:30 because we didn't have we missed one speaker. So I think we can still take probably one or two questions from the floor. Please do raise your hand. Sorry, Pak Andri Subandrio, you have already raised your hand. You had your question. You have your turn already. We will ask other participants probably, to be fair. Okay, we have Pak Arif Ismanto. I think he's one
Can
of
you hear
the
my voice? Hello?
active. Yes, Pak Andri. Mohon maaf, Pak Andri tadi kan sudah ya. Sementara kita hold dulu untuk yang next person ya. Terima kasih. Baik, Mas Arif Ismanto, please.
Yes, thank you, Pak Budi. I say good morning first to Pak Adi and Pak Budi. Yeah, both of them is our guru in our project. So it's great to have your sharing on this team. But I would like to ask several questions to Professor David Cook, Mas Budi. The first question is, we have interesting exploration stats on the Ridgeway. So what is in the exploration background of this Ridgeway? When you discover the Ridgeway, is it because of you see the significant extension pattern from the Kadia to the northwest green belt to the Ridgeway, or maybe you have kind of like a test squat drilling on that prospect, Professor David. That's the first question.
Thank you very much, Arif.
The second question is we have a high sulfidation. Yes.
Yes.
Can I continue, Pak Budi? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we have a high sulfidation mining in our project in North Sulawesi, and then we are ongoing on the kind of like the extension potential exploration on its high sulfidation itself and the potential potential probability on the deeper or in the or lateral of the porphyry prospect. In the regional frame setting, the area is not in the porphyry belt, such as like Sunda Belt or a 400 kilometers from us. We have a Gorontalo porphyry belt, and we have a challenge to get ore forming or significant porphyry if we can find it. We apply several techniques to approach that possibility. One of that is from the high sulfidation, from the several deep drilling target, we can find a kind like a porphyry feature in terms of the vein, and that is located in the substance magnetic. The substance magnetic itself is not as clear like a classic porphyry, because I think there is the high sulfidation on the surface of the potential porphyry's influence of the magnitude of the magnetic, and the high sulfidation itself is captured ideally because we have all of the layer of the oxide to the sulfide until to the root of the high sulfidation. We need your advice. Another approach is we also apply the magnetics as well as the compilation with the radiometric potassium that we hope or we can use that as a exploration guidance. From that potassium, it could be probably a factoring to the heat source from the potassic somewhere at depth. So the advice that we need is because this dealing with the two type of the gold deposit. So what is your view on this exploration stage? That's my question. Thank you, Pak Budi.
Okay. So Arif, just quickly on the first question about Cadia, the key observations in that discovery were the structural trend. So they followed the veins, because at the other deposits, they are sheeted veins. At Ridgeway, they're a stockwork, but the sheeted veins were lined up with the regional northwest fault. So that guided them to be drilling in the right place. They were conducting a systematic grid drilling campaign down to drill hole depths of 200 metres. The geochemical anomaly they detected in one of those holes was essentially a leakage vein, we could call it. It's an intermediate sulfidation epithermal vein, so a narrow mineralised structure coming out from the porphyry and bringing mineralisation much further out than the main body of porphyry-style mineralisation itself. They didn't recognise it as that at the time, but it gave them the geochemical anomalism of copper and gold to know that something was happening. And then the reddening in the drill core gave them signs they were close to something. So there was a lot of geological vectoring off of the existing drilling. So once they drilled a hole, they looked at it very hard, and they had the benefit that they had all of these farm land, so they could lay the drill holes out on the ground and leave them there. It wasn't tropical weathering. It snows in this area, so it was quite cold. The drill core stayed preserved, and they walked over it again and again, and they had their most senior geologists looking at that core, not just the most junior, and the senior geologists trained and mentored the junior geologists to get them aware of the significance of the features they were looking at. So the whole team could contribute to the discovery. So it was geologic vectoring off of drilling was the primary discovery tool. Now, with regard to the high sulfidation mineralisation in Sulawesi, some districts contain porphyry deposits with high sulfidation deposits superimposed upon them. Tujuh Bukit is an excellent example of that superposition of high sulfidation epithermal on porphyry. Other districts don't have any obvious porphyry mineralisation. So the Nansatsu district in Japan is a classic example of high sulfidation deposits where there are no known porphyries. And there are other places around the world as well. So our challenge is to try to understand, are there some high sulfidation deposits that form with no associated porphyry, just coming off an intrusive complex, and others that are intimately related to porphyry and they occur together. I think one of the critical issues here is the degree of uplift in exhumation. So the high sulfidation deposits often form late in the magmatic hydrothermal system's life. So if you have very rapid uplift and erosion, as has occurred in the East Sunda Arc, the porphyry environment, which is at 3 kilometres depth, is brought nearer to the surface, and the epithermal environment can overprint it because the epithermal environment is generally less than 1 kilometre. So rapid uplift and exhumation or telescoping is a critical part of bringing porphyry and epithermal deposits together to be in the same volume of rock that they are both feasible for mining. The sad news for you is that we've been working at the Yerington district in Nevada, and Yerington is a tilted porphyry district. It is lying on its side. So you can walk through a 7-kilometre vertical profile in a porphyry system all the way up into a lithocap. The lithocap is more than 1 kilometre thick. It's Jurassic in age, so it's been eroded. But the sad thing is this lithocap looks like it is 3 kilometres above the centre of the porphyry deposit. So there's 2 kilometres of barren rock, of phyllic alteration between the lithocap and the underlying porphyry. So in that case, I think that is a system that did not undergo significant uplift and exhumation. It's just because it's tilted in the tertiary that we can see both the porphyry and the epithermal environment. So what you have to do is hope that the area you're exploring in has undergone uplift to bring the porphyries closer to the high sulfidation environment, and it's not always guaranteed. So the best signs are signs of porphyry-style stockworks or fertile intrusions exposed in the region. They give you the signs that maybe you have got that uplift and exhumation rate that's correct. So, sorry, I can't give you a magic or a silver bullet to absolutely nail that, but it is one of the challenges we face when we're in a high sulfidation camp looking for porphyry. I think Matabe has a similar problem, that, you know, if there's a porphyry there, it's probably deep, and it requires commitment to drill those potentially deep targets.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak David. Thank you, Pak Budi.
David Cook. Yes, I think we need to probably invite Professor David Cook to visit your project, Pak Arif.
I'd love to.
Okay, now we have Pak Sumardiman as the next person to pose his questions. Please, the committee to unmute his speaker.
Thank you, Pak Budi.
Yes, Pak.
My name is Sumardiman Digdobirogo from Sumakop. Yeah. I think everyone agree, you know, that this morning we had 4 excellent presenters. Yeah. Good luck. Yeah. Yeah. I think Pak David and Pak Adi, yeah, have demonstrated, you know, how attractive, you know, the geology and the potential of the area, including Indonesia, yeah, and how good, you know, the people I think they have, you know. And Pak Andri has prepared, you know, the right place to explore, yeah. Even, you know, the land access is still make our life is difficult. Yeah. So I think the comments, you know, from Pak David and Pak Adi, you know, from the 2 different perspectives. One, I presume, is Australian or New Zealand, yeah, and one is Indonesian, you know, because the Indonesian investor, yeah, as far as we can see, you know, yeah, they like jump, you know, in the middle of the arena, yeah, yeah. So I think it's never and ever start, you know, from the beginning, yeah, from the hulu, yeah, of the exploration, yeah. Pak Adi, do you think there are any Indonesian investor, that's eager to start the exploration from the scratch, until to the discovery, yeah? It's one question, I mean, if not, we have to encourage the foreign investor, to do, this kind of stuff, yeah. But David, do you think there are still any Australian investor or America, Canadian, New Zealand, or whatever, that they are still keen, to do, those things, in our country? Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, I think the question first I would give the honor to answer the questions from the guru to the students, Pak Sumardiman to Pak Adi Mariono.
Thank you, Pak Budi.
After that, Pak David.
It's a really tough question from the guru. I think I'll have a frank answer for Pak Sumardiman. What is the good point during the slowdown of exploration in Indonesia? So you're talking about after year 2000 until now. We start having Indonesian miners, and that's for sure that we can see now, starting from GEI Resources, the company, and others follow, Merdeka, and then Archie, and that's good thing to see that actually we not only the host, but we also can transform into miners. We're not only explorer, but we also transform into miner. And that's what we can see in Australia, in England, and Chile, where actually they grow big, like a BHP, like Billiton before they merged with BHP, Codelco, Antofagasta. And that's what we want to see, not only that, small, medium, but also we expect something like Inalum, going big, like a small BHP. And that's really encouraging. And I hope that will continue like that. The key question for all of us, and in particular these companies, can they repeat the success? And that's really key, because what is the difference between NMA company and then exploration mining company? If you look at the track record of majors, even small company to intermediate, even intermediate to major, Newcrest, as for example, it was intermediate. It was formed by Newmont and BHP to handle the small size, medium size gold projects. But they grow big, and they as big as close to Newmont. And now we can see that Newcrest is approaching Newmont. So some company also doing like that. We would like to see our Indonesian miners also doing that. Not only able to buy, to acquire, and then to mine, but also to repeat the success. This is very important, because we're talking about long term of mining life. You're talking about Newmont, we're talking about the BHP, talking 100 years. And I think we would like to dream the world class in the real sense coming from Indonesia. I think we have a strong belief on that, because we have all right ingredient what Pak Dev and I described. people. We have a great people. We have a great asset, and we have a great management. I think we need to show the world that we can repeat the success. So, if you going back to your question, Pak Sumardiman, I think there are. I don't want to oversell my georesources, but georesources is the proof. It's able to repeat the success. Georesources, when took over Afoset asset in Indonesia, the production is only less than 100,000. We're looking at a 65,000 ounces produced. And then Georesources is able to explore Bakan, explore Seruyung, then open the new mine in Bakan and open the new mine in Seruyung. It's ramp up the production into 200,000 level. And then now Georesources is trying to repeat with the development of Duap and development of Pani, which is the third milestone of Georesources. And I think looking at the pipelines will be on, and it's something that we can, it's nice to see that actually able to repeat it. But if you compare with the 80s and 90s consumer demands, I think there's like a huge gap. Honestly, that our Indonesian explorer, we don't take risks. And it's some, yes, but most of them, we don't take risks. It's not like junior companies from Canada, from Australia. In Canada, 1,143 juniors companies. In Australia, 1,600 junior companies. They exploring global. They're willing to take risks. And the investors also willing to take risks. They understand the game. And that they are really the champion. If you compare with the majors, now who are the leaders in the industry? Actually juniors, because they make a discovery, because they are able to bring fresh ounces, fresh ton of copper into the industry. If you see the company like Sol Gold, and it's you can see that now everyone's approaching him to be married with him. So if you compare our current Indonesian miners compared to in the time of 80s and 90s, no, we are behind that. And I think with the encouragement from Pak Andri, I think we working together along with Pak Andri, the government, Indonesian stock market. We are professional organization trying to bring them back to the country so that we have our mining industry continues and it's bringing more benefit. I think hopefully that's answered your question, Pak Sumardiman.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, to just add up, if you have a mine ID, that one of the noble statement is to explore. So that's going to be one of our champion, Pak Sumardiman. And then just need to see it and then prove it. Okay, then to Pak David Cook, maybe you could give your insight whether there are any foreign companies, whether it is from Australia, from Canada or New Zealand, that are interested in to invest in Indonesia from your perspective, Pak David.
Okay, so I don't talk from a position of authority here as a university lecturer rather than actually being in the industry. All I can say is I believe that collaborations and partnerships work best when they are mutually beneficial. I believe that in the past, Indonesian geologists have benefited greatly by learning from some of those companies from other countries, just as those other companies have learned from Indonesia. There has been mutual beneficiencies in learning from each other how to explore, what the characteristics of deposits are like and how to mine. So any partnership needs to have benefits for both sides. And I think that in more recent times, we are seeing challenges in this regard for Indonesia. There is no doubt Indonesia has amazing resources and amazing people, and it is a great aspiration to be building an Indonesian mining community and building companies that will step out to the global stage. But I think there are barriers that have been in the way that are impacting on investment because of the relationships for the companies coming in to invest in Indonesia. And I am sure you will keep working through those and developing pathways to get that investment and to get those partnerships. But there has, I believe, been challenges for some of the major mining companies in terms of sovereign risk that make them reticent to enter Indonesia. But the more you deliver exploration results like the results coming out of Huhu, the more those major companies are going to be looking at Indonesia and looking for ways to build those partnerships. Because obviously Indonesia is incredibly well endowed and is going to be delivering resources to the global community for many, many decades.
Okay, thank you very much. Very a contextual perspective by David Cook. Just to simply want to make sure that the government, especially today, it's represented by Pak Andri, the geologist or the explorationist has given a very real contribution by discovering more and more ore bodies in Indonesia. So that's just simply a direct impact that we do something like factories, but like what David said, the recent discoveries will definitely attract the attentions of the world of the mining industries. Okay, I think we have already come in the very end of the session. It was a very excellent session. It's very long. It is already 11:30 Jakarta time, so we have more than 3 hours presentations and very interesting and very inspiring and also motivating discussions from 4 great speakers. Yes, so thank you, Pak Sumardiman, for posting a very like a closing mark questions, if you like. So it is a very good one. So basically, in general, we have already learned about the ingredients to make do a great explorations and make a discovery, as the explorationists will be measured on their performance indicators. And we have already seen how capable the persons, the management, the support of the management, and also the high potential prospectivity of the country. And yes, of course, we have we had Owen. He's mentioning about almost everything that our country and our people have already. And Pak Andri, thank you very much for representing the governments of Indonesia by providing a great new and very pro explorations law or regime that we do hope by implementing or officially publish the law and its derivatives, it will definitely boost the minerals at the explorations and at the end to encourage people to discover more. Thank you very much indeed on behalf of the organization MGEI. We always like to express our great gratitude to first our presenter, Pak David Cook, Pak Owen Hegarty, Pak Adi Mariono, and also definitely Pak Andri B. Firmanto. So thank you very much. Please give your great applause to our 4 spectacular and excellent presenters. Thank you very much. And yes, I've been asked by the committee for 5 of us or 4 of us that live or live to be taken our photograph together. So be ready, and then somebody from the committee will give us the counting on the signals, please.
Okay, Pak. In my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you,
Like,
Pak Budi, for leading the discussions and all the gentlemen for the great explanations.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Budi, once again. And now we will look at the sponsor video. Here we go.
Indonesia is among top 4 nickel producing countries globally, together with the Philippines, Canada, and New Caledonia. Ceria is a growing nickel and cobalt company and has a vision to become a major nickel and cobalt producer in Indonesia. Ceria has been granted a vast mine lease covering an area of 67.8 million square meters in Wolo Kolaka, Southeast Sulawesi Province, Indonesia. The province has been well known as a nickel district and home to hundreds of nickel companies. Nickel-containing materials plays a major role in our everyday lives. Food preparation equipment, mobile phones, medical equipment, transport, buildings, power generation, the list is almost endless. Cobalt is an essential element for many applications important to today's society. The importance of cobalt to rechargeable batteries, electronics, catalysts, alloys, and healthcare has resulted in the metal being referred to as a technology-enabling element. The demand is increasing significantly with the development of electric cars. Ceria is now developing nickel and cobalt processing plants to meet the ever-increasing demand for nickel and cobalt to support modern civilization. Ceria's mine lease, known as the La Pau Pau Block, has large nickel resource potential to adequately support a ferronickel processing plant with an annual input of 5.6 million metric tons of nickel ore, and also a cobalt processing plant with similar input for more than 50 years. Ceria in May 2018 has started an aggressive resource and reserve drilling campaign within the mining lease. The drilling program has been completed in the end of 2019 and provided a renewed JORC mineral resources and reserves reports. A number of national and international nickel experts are assisting in the drilling campaign programs through resource and reserve estimation prepared in accordance with the 2011 JORC standard. Ceria has completed a light detection and ranging or LIDAR survey over the mine lease area. Ceria has also identified a vast potential mineral through a geopenetrating radar surveys or GPR. The initial GPR surveys reported an estimated volume of laterite more than 500 million tons from only 40% of the total mine lease area. Korea currently develops a smelter project with engineering designs provided by NV of China and construction by BP. The smelter is designed to be a large-scale smelting complex consisting of rotary kiln, electric furnace smelter with rectangular furnace, office, utility, living area, as well as external facilities. The smelter project is provided with 4 RKEF production lines, with 4 by 72 MVA rectangular ferronickel electric furnaces. The construction will be conducted in 3 stages, and the first stage will be completed in 2022. The smelter will process 5.6 million tons of nickel ore to produce 252,700 ton ferronickel containing 22% nickel annually. Korea will need a total of 700 megawatt electrical power. To supply sufficient and reliable electrical power, Korea will build its own 350 megawatt gas-fired power plant and to purchase 350 megawatt power from an environmentally clean hydropower plant provided by the state electricity company PLN. Korea has signed the electrical purchase agreement with PLN for the total power of 350 megawatt. A feasibility study for nickel laterite hydrometallurgy project has been finalized in July 2018 with engineering design by NV of China. The internationally advanced high-pressure acid leaching or HPAL process will be adopted. Concentrated sulfuric acid is added into autoclave under the working conditions of 250 to 260 degrees Celsius and 4,900 to 5,270 kPa to make the valuable metals such as Ni, Co, etc. in the raw materials to be dissolved into the solution in the form of sulfate. The main product of this project is the nickel or cobalt hydroxide mixture. The processing plant will process 4.23 million tons of nickel ore to produce 3.6 million tons of autoclave feed. The annual output of nickel or cobalt hydroxide is 103,000 tons, containing 40,000 tons of nickel metal and 4,100 tons of cobalt metal. Korea is also developing a modern and fully integrated industrial park to provide space for the development of nickel, cobalt, stainless steel, and relating factories. The 400-hectare industrial park has both land and sea accesses, warehouses, and distribution center. It also has electrical power supply from the state-owned electricity company PLN. The park is also equipped with modern and convenient residential area with adequate living and recreational facilities. This industrial park offers paramount benefits to nickel smelting and cobalt processing companies by providing guaranteed and premium access to Korea's nickel ore. Nickel ore can also be purchased from other nickel mining companies in the area. Korea operates its operations by implementing sustainable development principles. Sharia contributes to the social and economic development of local communities through employment and local business initiatives. Sharia also contributes to state revenues through tax and non-tax payments. With its significant nickel and cobalt resources, an integrated industrial park, and large ferronickel and cobalt processing facilities, Sharia is strategically placed and has comparative advantages to play an important role in Indonesia's and the world's nickel and cobalt production. Based on Sharia's current and potential resources and reserves, Sharia has the prospect to develop large-scale nickel-based industries and produce essential materials to promote social and nation's progress. To transform these natural resources into national prosperity and sustainable development, Sharia, as 100% domestically owned company, is investing in high-quality projects and industries with solid fundamentals. By establishing a smelter holding company with several subsidiaries for RKEF Smelter Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, and HPAL plant. This will be Sharia's action to fulfill the nation and global clean energy demand, increasing competitiveness, and to be one of the nation's leader in nickel and cobalt industry. Sharia, proud in strengthening society and creating sustainable future. To be a world-class nickel and cobalt company through efficient and sustainable business practices.
Welcome back. And now our convention platform in virtual.mgeio.or.id, and on this landing page you can visit our exhibition hall on the left side and talk to our super and terabyte sponsor booths. Poster from Student Poster Research Contest as well. So just click on the poster to see our contestant creation.
Yes, and right now we are live from MGEI Secretariat at Soho Pancoran, South Jakarta.
All right, and on behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you to our sponsor.
There are
PT Geofix Indonesia,
PT J Resources Nusantara as superbite sponsors,
PT Agincourt Resources,
PT Petrosi Tbk,
Sequent Australia Pty Limited as terabyte sponsors,
PT Ceria Nugraha Indotama as gigabyte sponsors,
PT Sumacorp,
PT Nusa Halmahera Mineral,
PT Pegadaian Persero Laboratorium Gemologi,
PT Sulawesi Cahaya Mineral,
PT Antam Tbk,
PT Vale Indonesia Tbk as megabyte sponsors,
PT Timah Tbk,
PT Inalum,
PT Freeport Indonesia,
PT Merdeka Copper Gold Tbk,
Drilling Solution Indonesia,
PT Eksplorasi Nusa Jaya,
PT Indodrill Indonesia,
PT Sumbawa Timur Mining,
DNP Solution Indonesia as kilobyte sponsors,
Cube Consulting,
and Geovariances as others,
Microman Indonesia as our partner.
So MGEI convention platform will stay alive 24 hours from 20 until 28 October 2020. You can see and talk to our super and terabyte sponsor by clicking that chat button.
Yes, and this year's conventions or 12 MGI Annual Conventions 2020 is very special because we have more than 50 speakers from all over the world.
Yeah. And e-guide, book, presentation materials, schedule, and presenters are able to be downloaded at a main webinar hall. For presentation materials, we will upload it if it is allowed by our presenters due to intellectual property.
Yes, and what we have now, Grace?
Okay, so our next session is about MGEI Next Event and Breakthrough,
Wow.
IEDZ, Indonesian Explorer and Developer Collegium. And there's no more suitable to deliver it other than Bapak Andiono B. Santoso as Vice Chairman of MGEI and also Ibu Asri Dewi Jayanti. Halo Bapak Ibu.
Halo Pak Dion, Ibu Asri.
How are you Pak,
Hello.
Ibu?
I'm fine. Good.
Okay, so we're so interesting to know about IEDC.
Yes, and we can't wait to see what is IEDC.
So Bapak
What is?
Andiono and Ibu Asri, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Grace
Yep.
and Linda.
Okay. Okay, so right now time for us ya, Dion ya.
Ya, ini
Hello,
ini
all
sudah
of
siang nih, halo
our
everybody.
ya, all of
Ya.
ya.
Ini sudah siang Mbak Asri ya, jadi kita mungkin podcast saja. Please, Mbak Asri.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for all of the honorable guests, yeah, especially for the government and regulator, maybe still in here right now, and also for the speakers, the head of the company, especially for all of our sponsor, and then participant and committee of this event. Yeah. Good afternoon for all of you. Greeting to all of you, and we hope all of you in a good health. On behalf of the MGA committee and board, we would like to express our deep gratitude, ya, Pak Dion, ya, for your participation in this annual MGEI event. And here I am Asri and my friend Dion will guide all of you in this launching event season. Currently, we are entering into a season to launch a new MGEI event named Indonesia Explorer Developer Collegium 2021 or IEDC 2021 ya, which will be had when Pak Dion still next year ya, and we hope that next year the pandemic condition already resolved ya, not like this ya, we only online ya, so we can meet directly with all of our friends and our colleagues. Okay, Pak Dion, maybe before we continue the discussion, we will watch the video ya.
Ya. Please.
Okay, yeah. Let's watch the video. Here we go. Oke Pak Dion, mungkin kita nggak berpanjang-panjang karena waktu kita pendek. Mungkin Pak Dion bisa langsung ini ya, bisa menjelaskan ke audiens apa sih itu IEDC 2021 ya, bisa dijelaskan lebih lanjut apa aja sih itu isinya gitu.
Ya, IEDC 2021. Sorry ini kita berbahasa Indonesia, jadi kita lebih santai saja, Mas.
Oke, maybe in bahasa ya. Maybe we can see the presentasinya ya. Presentasinya bisa ditayangkan supaya bisa lebih jelas ya. Silakan Pak Dion.
Oke, Mbak Asri. Jadi tahun depan, insya Allah kita akan melakukan satu event terbaru dari MGEI yang namanya IEDC 2021. Itu adalah Indonesian Explorer Developer Collegium. Jadi setelah sekian lama MGEI melakukan event-event yang sangat-sangat fantastis dan sangat-sangat bagus. Ke depan kita akan membuat satu event lagi yang tidak kalah menariknya dan tidak kalah bagusnya untuk teman-teman semua yang ada di Indonesia, baik itu explorer, developer maupun pengunjung. Secara garis besar seperti itu. Mbak Asri ke mute, Mbak Asri.
Ya, jadi mungkin bisa ke next slide-nya ya.
Ya, bisa ke next slide ya. Jadi outline-nya ini ada logo event, apa sih itu IAGI, kemudian siapa aja yang hadir, kemudian acara conference-nya seperti apa, kemudian ada networking-nya dan registrasi secara referensi yang kita gunakan. Silakan next slide. Ya, ini logo mungkin agak nggak terlihat jelas ya, atau bisa ya. Jadi logo event kita mengambil dari outlet dari mineral, jadi kita punya ujung-ujungnya mineral, kemudian dari mineral tersebut menjadi suatu segitiga runcing yang merupakan simbol penentu arah untuk mencapai tujuan bersama. Kemudian kenapa ada 3 segitiga yang bersatu, kemudian saling
iya kok 3 itu, kok 3 itu kenapa itu? Siapa aja 3 itu?
Ya, 3 itu ganjil itu sangat bagus, dan 3 itu terdiri dari stakeholder, explorer, dan developer tentu saja. Jadi
triangle ya,
iya triangle. Jadi kita saling terikat, kita saling merajut harmoni, mewakili keharmonisan hubungan antara 3 bidang ini, stakeholder, explorer, dan developer gitu Mbak Sri. Kemudian untuk kenapa sih Palu Geologi dan Palu Geologinya
iya tuh, kenapa tuh?
Lagi. Nah, karena batuan beku itu melambangkan kekuatan ya. Ya, atos kalau bahasa Jermannya atos Mbak Sri.
Iya, benar berarti ya. Padahal saya nggak tahu loh.
Gitu, jadi bahasa Jermannya
mataharinya di mana ini mataharinya? Mataharinya di mana tuh?
Matahari ini simbol pencerahan. Itu matahari itu di situ ada sinar warna orange. Nah, itulah mataharinya. Jadi matahari ini melingkupi kita semua, memberi pencerahan dan harapan untuk acara ini maupun untuk
ya.
Itu filosofinya Mbak ya. Walaupun filosofi ini produk ngawur Mbak, nek bahasa Jerman ini filosofinya agak-agak itu. Jadi kita pas-paskan saja, kita bikin kuratornya, yang penting.
Tapi bagus kok, bagus. Oke, coba mungkin lebih ke dalam lagi nih berikutnya.
Ya, silakan next slide.
Nah jadi apa tuh?
Kenapa sih kita ingin mengadakan event ini? Karena kita saat ini banyak nih yang beredar di dunia ini, antara explorer, kemudian investor, kemudian ada kolegium, dan kolegium itu merupakan semua gabungan dari explorer, developer, dan teman-teman di kolegium kita. Jadi kita ingin menyatukan ide-ide atau menyatukan data-data yang mereka butuhkan itu ke dalam satu event kita ini. Itu Mbak.
Jadi mempertemukan ya. Jadi jembatan begitu ya.
Jadi kita membridging antara explorer yang selama ini susah nih, explorer susah mencari investor atau mencari developer yang sudah eksis di mining. Kemudian dia susah mencari teknologi terbaru. Nah di event ini merupakan jembatan untuk menuju itu semua. Itu secara garis besarnya. Kita agar kalau bahasa di lapangan Mbak Sri, jadi kan banyak banget nih orang yang ketemu KW kelima mungkin ya, investor KW 5 atau explorer KW ke-10.
Iya.
Jadi
broker
kita pengen mungkin. Nah, kalau brokernya sendiri sih bagus, kalau brokernya dia
ini kadang-kadang ya Mas Dion ya. Kadang-kadang geologis yang lebih tahu potensi tambang itu kalah loh sama broker. Orang investor kalau sama geologis itu nggak percaya biasanya, tapi kalau sama broker itu biasanya malah percaya. Nah itu yang susahnya ya, habis itu ketipu gitu ya Pak Dion ya.
Itu betul sekali, karena broker dia menguasai ilmu komunikasi Mbak, sedangkan geologis mungkin ilmu batunya yang dikuasai gitu.
Nah, misalnya komunikasi sama batu ya kalau geologis.
Gitu.
Susah
Situ.
sekali.
Jadi kenapa event ini ada? Kita ingin menjembatani itu semua agar semuanya bisa berjalan sesuai rencana dan sesuai dengan apa yang diamanatkan oleh pemerintah kita. Jadi biar
Next slide
semakin,
mungkin ya. Next slide
iya.
mungkin bisa dijelaskan lebih lanjut.
Nah,
ini mungkin Pak.
Ini mungkin Mbak Tri. Jadi siapa sih yang harus hadir nanti? Explorer itu siapa aja? Mungkin Explorer jelas perusahaan-perusahaan eksplorasi ya yang ada di Indonesia maupun di dunia.
Teman-teman sama kita banyak di situ nih ya Pak Dion ya.
Nah, betul sekali. Jadi teman-teman kita di explorasi company ini banyak sekali. Jadi disinilah ajangnya buat bertemu dengan yang lainnya. Kemudian developer. Developer itu siapa sih Mbak Asri? Developer
siapa
itu
tuh?
Developer itu ada minimum investment opportunity, dia bisa privat
yang
investor.
punya duit ya, yang punya duit ya.
Iya, yang punya duit lah. Yang punya duit, yang taunya cuma cuan mungkin gitu Mbak ya. Jadi dia naruh duit di sini, cuannya berapa gitu. Jadi itu kemudian kolegium itu kenapa itu saya kasih biru? Karena kolegium biru itu merupakan keseluruhan Mbak. Jadi keseluruhan dari apa yang akan bertemu di saat itu. Tapi di sini kami kasih
all part of
betul part of
kampus juga masuk di sini juga bisa ya Mas Dion ya.
Iya, kampus karena dia memberikan kontribusi terhadap studi-studi terkini yang ada saat ini. Kemudian itu tadi mining teknologi dan government regulasi tentu saja pasti. Oke. Itu Mbak Astri, siapa saja yang harus hadir.
Jadi di sini tidak ada dusta di antara masing-masing begitu ya, karena ada yang menjembatani nih, kita nih ya yang bisa menjembatani supaya segala sesuatunya itu sesuai dengan kaidah-kaidah eksplorasi yang benar, sesuai dengan aturan-aturan regulasi yang benar begitu ya Pak Dion ya.
Betul, datanya benar juga. Jadi semuanya clear di depan. Jangan di belakang baru kita merasa menyesal, itu tidak boleh Mas ya.
Iya, betul.
Oke, selanjutnya next slide. Nah, ini caranya Mbak, cara registrasinya kenapa kita bedakan. Jadi karena agar kita nanti bisa tahu nih database dari si explorer itu siapa saja orang-orangnya, kemudian developernya itu siapa aja, dan kolegium tadi yang di akademisi dan lain-lainnya bisa terdetek dengan baik. Kenapa kita pisahkan seperti ini Mbak?
Nah, jadi dikategorikan begitu ya?
Betul. Kenapa kita?
Kalau misalnya kita mau masuk di dua kategori nih, kira-kira bisa nggak dengan satu akun atau mesti dengan dua akun atau bagaimana?
Mungkin dengan dua akun, Mbak. Jadi betul. Jadi harus dengan dua akun. Jadi dia punya perusahaan eksplorasi sendiri dan dia juga sedang mencari sesuatu yang baru. Jadi mungkin nanti dia bisa masuk ke yang kategori developer. Jadi bisa dipisahkan, jadi kita bisa menempatkannya bisa sangat pas.
Oke, jadi bisa ya, tidak menutup kemungkinan seperti itu ya.
Ya, betul. Oke.
Ya, next slide.
Nah, ini sama, jadi di sini, jadi nanti antara explorer sama developer itu ada yang namanya satu edisi meeting platform. Ini intinya dia bisa berinteraksi, berdiskusi lebih dalam, betul.
Iya.
Bisa lebih discussion lah, gitu Mbak.
Iya.
Oke, next slide.
Oh ya sorry, Mas Dion sebelum jauh nih, ini nanti berarti kita akan ada dikasih link gitu ya untuk masuk ke sini, itu ada linknya ya nanti ya?
Yo pasti, hampir sama seperti ini Mbak. Jadi sama seperti annual kita ini, annual sudah mulai menjembatani. Jadi ke depan nanti yang di sini mungkin akan lebih advance sedikit karena ada privat meeting group.
Oke, ya. Jadi nanti kita di situ nanti bakal langsung bisa mempertemukan juga gitu ya antara yang explorer sama developer gitu ya, bahkan mungkin bisa difasilitasi juga oleh kolegium gitu, kita bisa langsung juga setelah itu ya, ataupun ada sesi untuk itu gitu ya, seperti itu ya.
Betul sekali. Itu tadi gunanya kita sebagai jembatan di situ Mbak. Kalau jembatannya dia nggak ketemu, itu bukan jembatan namanya Mbak. Dia miring itu namanya.
Kayaknya menarik banget nih ya, nggak sabar jadinya nunggu tahun depan nih.
Semoga semuanya semakin baik lah Indonesia, jadi bisa perhatiannya.
Jadi sifatnya kita ini create project ya Mas Dion ya. Jadi kalau yang awalnya explorer ini udah berdarah-darah, habis dana untuk eksplorasi gitu ya, terus ketika mau nambang udah kehabisan peluru nih gitu ya. Sementara ada misalnya finance institution atau investor yang dia nggak tahu nih duitnya mau dikemanain gitu kan ya, mau diputerin kemana gitu kan ya. Nah jadi ini kita bisa jadi jembatan di situ begitu ya.
Betul sekali. Itulah tujuan kita.
Ya, iya.
Biar semuanya bisa berjalan dengan baik, Mbak Asri. Oke, mungkin next slide. Ini conference mungkin seperti yang sekarang saja. Nah ini yang mungkin yang sedikit istimewa Mbak Astri. Jadi kita ada namanya networking ini nanti. Jadi di setiap peserta nanti sudah dikategorikan masing-masing. Ini contoh saja, gambarnya contoh saja. Jadi kayak yang kiri itu yang Mbak yang cantik di fotonya itu dia privat investor, kemudian
kira ini tuh jembatannya.
Kalau gitu saya nanti yang menyeberang Mbak kalau itu.
Yang ditaruh gambar yang cantik-cantik itu biar dia tertarik Mas Dion ya.
Oh gitu ya, betul sekali Mbak. Gitu. Jadi ini schedule-nya akan kita bikinkan. Sudah ada mana-mana saja orang-orangnya segala macam. Jadi tinggal langsung kita bikin eksekutif meeting atau eksklusif meeting terhadap mereka semua. Gitu Mbak Asri. Jadi inilah yang nanti yang membedakan. Jadi setelah ada paparan-paparan secara global masuk ke dalam sini, ke dalam platform ini bisa berdiskusi lebih dalam lagi untuk mendilkan sesuatu atau mengkolaborasikan sesuatu yang lebih baik.
Menarik banget ya, menarik banget ya. Jadi mungkin teman-teman ya audiens di sini jika sudah mengetahui bahwa kita MGEI akan memiliki program seperti ini, mungkin dari sekarang sudah mulai disiapkan begitu ya. Seperti kayak kemarin videonya Ceria itu ya, itu lengkap banget tuh, mulai dari eksplorasi ya kan sampai developmentnya ya kan. Seperti itu mungkin bisa nanti ditampilkan begitu ya Mas Dion ya pada saat acara ini gitu ya, sehingga investor yang memang lagi cari project tuh bisa tertarik begitu ya.
Bisa langsung chip in di situ kan. Apalagi data tadi yang kita tampilkan sudah semuanya regulated sekali Mbak ya. Jadi
saya pakai investor aja saya tertarik banget loh ini sama Ceria itu videonya bagus banget.
Betul. Selain videonya bagus dan itu lagi datanya bagus sekali Mbak. Jadi bisa itulah yang
itu benar-benar mengekspos explorernya itu kelihatan banget begitu ya. How the value of the exploration itu benar-benar digali banget di situ dan diperlihatkan begitu ya. Dan itu menjadi suatu value yang benar-benar proven gitu ya, dan kita bisa percaya gitu kan data tersebut bukan abal-abal begitu, sehingga investor tuh nggak ragu-ragu lagi untuk untuk bisa aku putuskan untuk investasi di situ begitu ya.
Betul Mbak, semoga itu tadi bisa terlaksana dengan baik di tahun depan. Oke, next slide. Nah ini referensi kita Mbak Asri. Jadi kenapa kita berpikiran akan melakukan itu tahun depan? Karena kita melihat referensi dari PGAC dari Kanada dan Man and Money yang biasa dilakukan di Hong Kong.
Mereka punya success story ya,
success story yang sangat panjang.
Jadi dan itu nilainya ya.
Betul. Dan karena MGEI sendiri sudah melakukan ada namanya CEO Forum 2 tahun kebelakang Mbak. Jadi mungkin IDC ini kelanjutan dari CEO Forumnya. Jadi CEO Forum dilakukan untuk melihat insight dari para CEO, kemudian setelahnya ada IDC ini untuk jembatannya lagi. Insight-nya bisa terlaksana.
Ini kelanjutan dari CEO Forum yang memang sukses banget kemarin begitu ya. Dan sekarang kita lanjutkan dengan ini gitu. Oke, bagus banget deh. Oke, Mas Dion lengkap banget penjelasannya begitu ya. Dan karena memang kita juga punya waktunya pendek gitu ya. Semoga apa yang kita jelasin ini tadi bisa menjadi semangat buat teman-teman ya, explorer maupun siapapun posisi dari rekan-rekan di sini untuk mempersiapkan untuk mengikuti event tersebut begitu ya, mempersiapkan dalam arti supaya bisa menampilkan yang terbaiknya lah ya begitu. Nah, mungkin kita akan buka sesi tanya jawab atau kita persilakan raise your hand. Dipersilahkan. Atau mungkin mau ada penjelasan lebih lanjut nih yang tertinggal dari Mas STJ.
Ya, monggo Mas STJ. Kalau masih ada.
Oh, masih dong.
Wah.
Oh iya.
Itu. Dipancing langsung keluar kan begitu. Ya, silakan Mas STJ. Ada yang mau ditambahkan?
Ya, menambah saja sebenarnya diskusi untuk menggagas ide ini sudah cukup banyak. Kita diskusi dengan beberapa rekan-rekan di MGEI, di IAGI, para practitioners dari industri, kemudian investor juga ya. Poinnya adalah kita perlu ada semacam platform begitu yang mengakomodir para pemain industri pertambangan gitu. Jadi tanpa ada niat lain kecuali menyediakan platform, tempat gitu ya, fasilitas untuk bertemu. Nah, bertemu secara langsung, bertemu ada perantara atau apapun namanya dipersilahkan. Tapi yang jelas pada saat itu semacam ada gelar perkara begitu ya dalam tanda kutip, bahwa proyek-proyek pemilik lahan, pemilik IUP bisa mempromosikan propertinya, disiapkan mungkin kalau sudah memungkinkan pada saatnya akan ada offline booth begitu ya, on-site booth yang benar-benar memang bisa dilihat batunya seperti apa, hasil bor-bornya misalnya ada core di situ bagaimana, selain hal-hal khusus yang berkaitan dengan teaser dari project dan seterusnya. Nah, kita juga ingin mengencourage para pemilik IUP kecil, karena ini spiritnya kan kita menggalakkan lagi dunia eksplorasi di Indonesia yang kita dari sisi organisasi profesi bisa berkontribusi langsung dengan cara misalnya ada banyak kompeten person Indonesia ya, experts yang sudah CPI maupun yang belum karena belum sempat melakukan verifikasi, yang di situ bisa membantu perusahaan-perusahaan yang kecil tersebut, mungkin kecil karena belum sempat terekspos, punya properti bagus tetapi belum ditangani dengan baik. Kita juga punya banyak sekali sekarang konsultan khususnya selama masa pandemi seperti ini. Saya yakin banyak sekali teman-teman yang mungkin beralih profesi karena merasa lebih nyaman atau merasa lebih bebas gitu mengekspresikan apa yang bisa dia lakukan dengan cara menjadi independent consultant. Nah, independent consultant nanti juga mempunyai tempat yang sangat strategis, sangat penting, karena dengan tampil di event ini orang akan tahu siapa mereka, apa yang bisa mereka lakukan, kemudian bisa langsung bertemu, misalnya membawa case tadi satu project punya IUP, ada konsultan, salah satu konsultan misalnya Geomin, Geofix atau Another Geos di area-arena tersebut untuk langsung tes the waters, apakah properti saya ini bagus, atau bahkan mungkin sebelumnya, sebelum tampil berkonsultasi dengan para konsultan, national consultant itu untuk memake up dalam artian merapikan saja ya, bukan mendempul atau menutup sesuatu yang buruk menjadi baik.
Bukan merekayasa ya, tapi menampilkan dengan layak gitu ya.
Tetapi menampilkan sesuai dengan bagaimana perusahaan tersebut memberikan sesuatu, menampilkan sesuatu yang memang diinginkan oleh investor. Apakah dari profil company-nya, apakah bagaimana membungkus cerita geologi dengan konseptual targetnya, upside-nya, opportunity-nya, dan lain-lain gitu. Nah, kita tidak berpikir ini akan menjadi sesuatu yang sangat besar di awal, perusahaan-perusahaan besar, mungkin lebih kepada untuk perusahaan-perusahaan junior. Tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Andri, pemerintah sangat mengencourage perusahaan-perusahaan junior untuk tampil mengaplikasi area untuk dilakukan penelitian, dilakukan penyelidikan begitu. dengan metode atau dengan format penugasan atau assignment, yang dari situ mereka bisa menyampaikan bagaimana mereka memilih area tersebut, perusahaan tersebut, siapa yang ada di situ, ingin melakukan apa, dan bagaimana potensi hasilnya ke depan. Jadi ini adalah sebuah long term semacam visi begitu dari organisasi profesi yang kita mencoba. Karena ini masukan dari salah satu dewan penasihat kita, Pak Sumardiman. Saya ingat betul pada saat kita memperingati hari jadi MGI, kita diminta atau disarankan untuk lebih mengengage industri, dan ini sudah kita lakukan. Dan yang biasanya gitu approach-nya adalah satu demi satu, kemudian bersama-sama mensupport kegiatan seperti sekarang ini. Tetapi untuk IEDC nanti bisa jadi itu adalah benar-benar event dari industri. Kita menjadi fasilitator saja begitu. Kita punya akses yang bagus ke perusahaan-perusahaan major di dalam dan di luar, akses bagus dengan BEI, funders dari banks mungkin, atau investment companies like IMR. Tadi disebutkan Pak Owen itu orang yang sangat tahu betul bagaimana memilih proyek-proyek yang kedepannya akan deliver. Dan beliau tadi menyampaikan, kalau kita masih mempunyai proyek-proyek yang mungkin belum sempat dibuat sedemikian rupa menarik dan menampilkan potensi yang sebenarnya, bisa jadi itu overlooked by Pak Owen dan tim. Tapi kalau itu sudah saatnya, begitu beliau atau orang atau perusahaan seperti IMR melihatnya, saya yakin akan menjadi sangat luar biasa. Apalagi fundamental regulasi, aturan yang tadi sudah disebutkan oleh Pak Andri, undang-undangnya sedemikian proaktif, dan banyak sekali privilege begitu untuk mengencourage eksplorasi ke depan. Belum lagi nanti aturan-aturan di bawahnya. Saya yakin ini adalah sudah sebuah timing yang tepat gitu ya. Tadi eksplorasi orangnya harus tepat, melakukan pekerjaan secara tepat, kemudian tempatnya tepat dan waktunya juga harus tepat. Saya pikir ini dari kita, dan kedepannya adalah untuk kita, bangsa dan negara begitu saya pikir. Terima kasih Mas John, Mbak Asri.
Iya, oke, terima kasih tambahannya yang sangat jelas sekali ya, Mas STJ, Mas Dion ya. Jadi mungkin nanti kalau ini juga supaya kita juga kualitas kita juga nanti bisa dinilai begitu ya. Nanti siapapun yang partisipasinya itu terutama dari explorer itu juga harus ini ya, harus ada proses seleksi juga tuh. Jadi jangan hanya menampilkan apa adanya begitu, ya kan?
Harus ditingkatkan
Mas Dion ya.
Kompetensinya juga harus ditingkatkan juga dengan
betul ya,
siapa semuanya. Terus itulah gini aja gitu juga. Ini ada Pak Gede nih, Pak Gede Swadana bertanya.
Oke, silakan.
Ya, silakan Pak Gede.
Ya, terima kasih Mas Dion, Mbak Asri. Sangat menarik sekali nih rencana event ke depan tahun depan. Jadi new event yang mungkin banyak ditunggu. Kalau dari tadi Mas Dion, Mbak Asri mungkin menjelaskan banyak bagaimana suatu proyek akan develop, kemudian perusahaan, kemudian investor. Mungkin yang ingin saya tanyakan, ada nggak nanti di event ini peran bagaimana lembaga-lembaga riset itu menampilkan risetnya seperti apa? Mungkin nanti akan menjadi chance bagi perusahaan-perusahaan tadi yang disebut junior itu untuk mengambil peluang dari apa yang dilakukan oleh lembaga riset. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, ada nggak kesempatan sekarang ini kan kita tahu geolog kita yang kita produksi dari universitas ini banyak sekali. Mungkin ada kesempatan semacam job fair gitu di event ini Mbak atau Mas Dion. Terima kasih Mbak.
Ya, jadi tadi seperti dijelaskan Mas Dion juga tadi ya, bahwa kita nanti kan akan dikategorikan gitu kan dari explorer, developer, dan kolegium. Dan juga tadi dijelaskan oleh Mas STJ gitu kan ya, peran masing-masing gitu kan ya. Nah, di situ bisa masuk sekali gitu kan ya, dari university yang melakukan riset dan sebagainya gitu ya, termasuk tadi independent consultant dan sebagainya ya, itu dia bisa masuk di situ, di kolegium itu ya. Jadi karena dia nanti akan bisa memberikan suatu masukan-masukan, kemudian hasil-hasil riset konsepnya itu gitu kan yang mungkin bisa diimplementasikan gitu oleh si explorer maupun juga itu nanti mungkin menarik gitu ya untuk dikembangkan oleh si developer gitu. Jadi justru ini kolegium ini istilahnya memegang peranan yang penting juga dalam hal ini. Itu sangat terbuka sekali. Seperti itu sih ya. Dan mungkin nanti juga akan ada dikasih ruang tersendiri juga ya untuk kan setiap kategori tadi kan akan diberikan ruang atau space begitu ya untuk bisa menampilkan kalau yang jadi dari university ya hasil risetnya seperti apa itu nanti bisa ditampilkan di situ juga. Begitu sih Pak Gede ya. Sangat terbuka lebar untuk kesempatan itu.
Sama nambahin sedikit mungkin Mbak Asri. Jadi yang kedua ini ada untuk peluang kerjanya pasti Pak Gede dengan adanya event ini ada proyek baru terbentuk otomatis pekerjaan untuk geologi kita ke depan pasti akan lebih banyak. Mungkin itu tambahan sedikit.
Ya, terima kasih Mas Dion, Mbak Asri. Mungkin ini semakin menarik bagi pemerintah yang mungkin selama ini main di belakang panggung, Badan Geologi, LIPI dan sebagainya main di belakang panggung mungkin bisa show up juga di sini sebagai.
Iya.
Harus tuh Pak Gede. Jadi karena penelitiannya Pak Gede itu kan bisa berguna untuk perusahaan juga, Pak. Jadi perusahaan-perusahaan melihat sesuatu yang baru, penelitian yang baru, yang dulunya mungkin dia kira tidak bisa dikembangkan, dengan ada penelitian yang baru bisa dikembangkan, itu pasti akan sangat berguna Pak Gede.
Ya. Terima kasih Mas Dion. Semoga ini bisa sukses tahun depan.
Amin.
Oke, mungkin karena kita cuma dikasih waktu 20 menit ya Dion ya. Jadi kayaknya menarik banget. Mungkin nanti kita akan ada sesi tersendiri ya untuk membahas ini lebih lanjut gitu ya. Supaya nanti kedepannya lebih spektakuler lagi eventnya MGEI ini. Ya Mas Dion.
Ya, setuju sekali Mbak. Jadi kita tunggu tahun depan semoga ini bisa baik. Dan karena sudah hampir setengah satu nih. Ya, sudah kelewati Mbak waktunya. Jadi kembalikan lagi ke Mbak Grace sama Mbak Dinda ya.
Wow, keren sekali Pak Dion, Bu Asri atas ide adanya IEDC ini.
Yes.
Ya berarti Pak Bu, akhirnya Indonesia ini berarti punya wadah yang bertemunya antara investor dengan project owner itu sendiri ya Pak Bu?
Iya, betul sekali. Iya.
Wow.
Dan wadah itu tentu saja satu lagi, itu wadah yang kredibel. Nah, itu yang harus kita labelin gitu ya. Jadi bukan abal-abal gitu.
Yes, baik Bu.
Ya Bu, berarti kami semakin yakin dengan adanya IEDC ini, berarti industri mineral dan batu bara itu pasti akan bertemu titik terangnya untuk masa depan Indonesia tentunya ya Bu ya.
Makanya tadi ada matahari tadi ya Mas Dion ya.
Betul sekali Bu.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much.
New hope ya.
New hope.
Thank you so much Ibu Asri, Pak Dion for the great presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, please once again give applause to Indonesia Explorer and Developer Collegium. So, before we continue to special MGEI session, as part of our sponsor appreciation, now we have Bapak Bayu Aji from PT Vale Indonesia as our Megabyte sponsor. This is the representative from Vale Indonesia, Bapak Bayu. Halo Pak.
Halo Pak Bayu.
Halo, selamat siang ya, selamat siang Mbak.
Okay, how are you, sir?
I'm good. Thank
Okay,
you.
So we want to know about PT Vale Indonesia, the target and also the vision. Please give an explanation. Bapak Bayu, time is yours.
Okay. So I would like share my screen ya. Okay. So my screen is there. Is it seen?
Not yet. Not yet, sir.
Not yet.
Can you please click at the share screen, the green button at the bottom? the green button, the share screen.
Yeah,
Yes, here it is.
yeah, I already clicked it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. It's really an honor for us to also supporting this event, MGEI. So actually, we are a mining company that currently producing nickel. So I will give you a brief, yeah, about PT Valley. So who is PT Valley? So I combine this my slides in Bahasa, but I will talk in English. So PT Valley already established since 1988. So 1968, yeah. So already operate for more than 50 years. So we are a mining company that currently producing nickel. So since the beginning, we never export raw material. So since we operate, we already have a smelter that currently processing our ore into a nickel. And this is the composition of our ownership. Yeah, so Vale is part of the big Brazilian mining company, Vale Brazil. So the majority of the ownership is there, about 43.79%. But then, because of the current divestment, we also already owned by Inalum Mine ID. Yeah, this is Indonesian company that currently also focusing on the hilarizations of the mineral. Yeah, so they already own around 20.49%, and then the other we have 15% from Japan, and then 20% listed in stock exchange. So this is our product. We currently produce around 78% of nickel, and then the rest we have sulfur and also cobalt. Currently, if you see here, nickel have many product that we use in our daily life. You can see there we have the utensil, yeah, food utensil, hard drive, everything. But this is the one that I highlight because our future for our vehicle is the electric vehicle. And what is the part needed by electric vehicle is actually the battery. And what battery made of? Now the current material that really needed for the battery is actually a nickel. So that's the future of our electric battery. But for our company, when we move into this sustainability agenda for the world, we also want to produce the battery in a more sustainable manner. So our agenda for 3 to 5 years in the future is put the foundation for us to manage sustainability with the major target that we have in 2050. We want to become a company that is carbon neutral. So for all of you that knows, it's going to be very difficult for the mining company to reach a carbon neutral, but these are really stretching goals for us. And before reaching 2050 carbon neutral, we want to achieve by 2030 to become a company that have 100% uh, self-sustaining renewable energy. That's where all of the energy coming from. And also we will reduce 33% of our greenhouse gases. So our process is actually open cast mining, currently pyrometallurgy using the smelter. You can see the the mining there. And then for our employment in Indonesia, from 3,044 employee, we have 92.9% actually coming from local. So we really empowering local empowerment in our area. And then we also already use the renewable energy. 38% of our energy coming from the hydro dam, and then also contribute to the community. And then we also do rehabilitations after mining. So we always convert again our ex-mining area into the forest. We have a lot of conservation program there. We also managing our emission and our waste there. So we have a big one is the way we manage our emission in the smelter, and also how we manage our water. We have a lot of sedimentation facility to ensure that when we put the water into our the body of water is already clean. We also contribute to the community. We have a lot of community program, and also we always involve whenever there is a disaster. So that's all probably from me. The end of the story is you can see here, this is the Lake Matano. So after 51 years we operate in Sorowako, the water still like that. So it really shows that we are conserving the environment. So hopefully this is the new path forward for mining companies in the future to always preserving the environment. So that's probably a glimpse about PT Valley, Mbak.
Thank you, Pak Bayu Aji.
Yeah.
Um, maybe we can next to our another sponsor.
Yes. There are Bapak Agus Purwanto from PT Merdeka Copper Gold as our kilobyte sponsor. Bapak Agus?
Halo, selamat siang Pak Agus.
Selamat siang, Mbak Dinda.
Selamat siang Pak. Halo Pak, bagaimana kabarnya Pak Agus?
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Oh ya baik Pak, dari kami ingin berterima kasih atas dukungan dan kepercayaannya dari PT Merdeka Copper Gold Tbk sebagai sponsor kilobyte dalam acara annual MGEI tahun ini. Dan kami juga ingin mengetahui mungkin lebih jauh Pak dari PT Merdeka Copper Gold ini tentang visi misi perusahaan atau mungkin short atau long termnya ke depannya dari PT Merdeka Copper Gold ini Pak. Mungkin Bapak bisa lanjut untuk menjelaskannya.
Oke, terima kasih. Ya, pada saat ini PT Merdeka Copper Gold sedang menjalankan beberapa proyek ya, baik proyek eksplorasi di surface maupun eksplorasi di underground di berbagai wilayah di Indonesia. Yang pertama di proyek 7 Bukit. Sementara saat ini kami sedang melakukan eksplorasi dari bawah tanah untuk target copper and gold dengan menggunakan peralatan yang cukup canggih, dan dari sini kita ingin mendapatkan hasil dari presisi resource yang lebih efisien. Kemudian selain itu kita juga melakukan regional dan detail surface exploration serta penambangan offset dari epithermal yang dimulai dari tahun 2016 akhir sampai nanti tahun 2014 insya Allah berjalan dengan lancar. Kemudian proyek yang lain adalah di Batu Tua atau di Wetar. Di sana ada open cut mining, copper and gold, serta surface exploration masih sedang aktif berlangsung. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah Pani Gorontalo yang sedang melakukan detail exploration, dan mudah-mudahan segera kita dapatkan resource dan FS dan segera melakukan penambangan. Sebelumnya saya ingin menyampaikan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya Annual Convention MGEI yang ke-12. Selamat dan sukses untuk geologi tanah air yang tergabung dalam Masyarakat Geologi Indonesia. Kami sangat terkesan dengan acara ini meskipun sedang kondisi COVID, namun pelaksanaan annual convention berjalan dengan cukup profesional. pelaksanaan workshop juga berjalan dengan baik, dan presentasi-presentasi dari geologi, baik dari praktisi lapangan, akademisi maupun instansi pemerintah dan ahli-ahli dari berbagai negara dapat terselenggara dengan baik, dan penyelenggaraan konvensional ini cukup profesional, kreatif, dan cukup inspiratif dari tim kepanitiaan MGEI. Saya sangat berterima kasih, semuanya berjalan dengan lancar sampai dengan hari kelima kali ini. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, PT Merdeka Kepada juga sedikit berpartisipasi dalam konvensi tahun ini, walaupun secara virtual, namun tidak mengurangi bobot dari penyelenggaraan convention di tahun 2012 ini. Semoga acara tahunan dapat berjalan lebih bagus dan terus memberikan motivasi sehingga semakin inovatif dan memberikan ide-ide yang cukup inspiratif bagi masyarakat geologi ekonomi Indonesia. Sehingga keberadaan konvensi kita dapat memberikan manfaat lebih kepada para ahli geologi, pengusaha, serta pemangku kepentingan pertambangan di Indonesia. Sekali lagi sukses selalu untuk MGEI dan semakin jaya masyarakat geologi ekonomi Indonesia. Sukses selalu MGEI. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Agus Purwanto atas penjelasan singkatnya. Once again, we want to thank you for all the continuous support for MGEI.
Yes, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to remind you that e-guidebook, presentation materials, schedule, and presenters are able to be downloaded at main webinar hall. For presentation materials, we will upload it if it allowed by our presenters due to intellectual property.
Yes, and our convention platform on virtual.mgi.org.id and on its landing page, you can visit our exhibition hall on the left side and talk to our super and terabyte sponsors booth and posters from student poster research contests as well.
And right now we are in the MGEI Secretariat at Soho, Pancoran, Jakarta. Yeah, and on behalf of the committee, we would like again to say thank you very much to our sponsors. And now we will take a look at the sponsor video. Here we go.
Air adalah kekayaan alam yang potensial bagi manusia. Dikelola menggunakan teknologi modern, kemudian menjadikannya sebagai sumber tenaga baru yang mendatangkan manfaat secara luas. Dua pembangkit listrik tenaga air masing-masing memiliki 4 turbin, berada di Waduk Sigura-gura dan Waduk Tangga. Dengan total kapasitas produksi mencapai 426 MW, menjadi penunjang bagi pabrik peleburan aluminium melalui jaringan transmisi sepanjang 120 km. Lahir dari tujuan Indonesia untuk meningkatkan kapasitas pengelolaan sumber daya alam, Inalum sampai saat ini merupakan pabrik peleburan aluminium satu-satunya di Asia Tenggara. Sebagai salah satu badan usaha milik negara yang terbesar, fasilitas peleburan aluminium terpadu ini menjalankan misinya untuk memberikan sumbangsi kepada pertumbuhan ekonomi daerah dan nasional. Terletak di Kuala Tanjung, pabrik peleburan aluminium ini telah mengalami peningkatan produksi secara signifikan. Situs utama terdiri dari pabrik karbon, pabrik reduksi, pabrik penuangan, serta fasilitas penunjang seperti pelabuhan yang berada di Selat Malaka. Pabrik karbon terdiri dari 3 bangunan, green plant, baking plant, rodding plant, merupakan tempat pengolahan bahan baku menjadi anode assembly. Green plant adalah tempat berbagai jenis material diproses menjadi anoda mentah. Fasilitas ini terdiri dari tempat penyimpanan material sementara, mesin pengayak, tangki pencairan, pemanas awal, pencampur, serta mesin cetak. Melalui proses penerimaan material, pengayakan, pengadonan, pemanasan lalu pencetakan, blok anoda yang telah didinginkan menggunakan air lalu dikirim ke gudang penyimpanan. Setelah melewati 8 jam, blok anoda mentah siap dikirim untuk proses pemanggangan di baking plant. Rodding plant adalah fasilitas pengolahan terakhir di pabrik karbon. Setelah diberi tangkai, anoda dilapis dengan cairan aluminium untuk meningkatkan kualitasnya. Kemudian anode assembly diangkut dengan anode transport car ke pabrik reduksi. Baking plant dengan tipe tungku tertutup ini memiliki 106 tungku pada 2 jalur. Suhu operasi pemanggangan mencapai 1225 derajat Celcius, memanggang anoda mentah dalam waktu 20 hari hingga siap untuk proses selanjutnya. Anoda adalah komponen utama selain listrik yang berfungsi sebagai elektroda. Menggunakan teknologi pre-baked anode furnace, pabrik reduksi menghasilkan reacted alumina untuk memproduksi molten aluminium. Setelah melewati proses elektrolisa di tungku reduksi, molten aluminium dimasukkan ke dalam hopper pot menggunakan anode changing point. Fasilitas peleburan ini memiliki 510 tungku yang terbagi dalam 3 gedung, beroperasi sepenuhnya dengan dukungan daya dari pembangkit listrik tenaga air. Alumina di dalam silo dialirkan ke dry scrubber system untuk direaksikan dengan gas HF dari tungku reduksi menjadi reacted alumina. Di pabrik pencetakan, aluminium cair di dalam hopper pot dibawa ke fasilitas holding furnace. Hasil dari pabrik reduksi dianalisa dan diolah menggunakan bantuan electromagnetic stirrer untuk menjamin homogenitas komposisi kimia produk. Aluminium cair yang telah bersih selanjutnya dicetak menggunakan ingot casting machine menjadi aluminium ingot dengan berat 22,7 kg per batang. Disusun sebanyak 44 batang menjadi satu bundling dengan berat sekitar 1000 kg. Dalam proses produksi billet, Inalum menggunakan teknologi terkini yang telah digunakan di smelter terkemuka di dunia. Sistem vertical direct chill casting dengan teknologi gas cushion menjamin permukaan billet yang halus. Billet yang telah homogenize akan dipotong panjangnya sesuai standar Inalum atau permintaan konsumen. Selanjutnya, diikat dan ditempatkan di storage yard. Produksi aluminium alloy juga menggunakan teknologi terkini yang menghasilkan produk berkualitas tinggi. Menjalankan operasi peleburan aluminium terpadu yang menguntungkan, aman, dan ramah lingkungan untuk meningkatkan nilai bagi pemangku kepentingan. Memberikan sumbangsi kepada pertumbuhan ekonomi daerah dan nasional melalui kegiatan operasional dan pengembangan usaha berkesinambungan, berpartisipasi dalam memberdayakan masyarakat dan lingkungan sekitar melalui program CSR dan PKBL yang tepat sasaran. Meningkatkan kompetensi SDM secara terencana dan berkesinambungan untuk kelancaran operasional dan pengembangan industri aluminium adalah misi Inalum yang dilaksanakan dalam gerak langkah maju menaiki panggung dunia. Mewujudkan visi Inalum menjadi perusahaan global terkemuka berbasis aluminium terpadu ramah lingkungan.
PT Timah Tbk merupakan salah satu perusahaan penghasil logam timah terbesar dunia. Perusahaan ini berkantor pusat di Kota Pangkal Pinang, Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, Indonesia. Wilayah operasi PT Timah meliputi Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung dan Provinsi Kepulauan Riau yang dikenal sebagai Indonesian Tin Belt. PT Timah memiliki visi menjadi perusahaan pertambangan terkemuka di dunia yang ramah lingkungan. Dengan misi membangun sumber daya manusia yang tangguh, unggul, dan bermartabat, melaksanakan tata kelola penambangan yang baik dan benar, mengoptimalkan nilai perusahaan dan kontribusi terhadap pemegang saham, serta tanggung jawab sosial. Timah merupakan salah satu konduktor listrik yang sangat baik, sehingga sangat dibutuhkan sebagai bahan baku industri smartphone, komputer, otomotif, rumah tangga, dan sebagainya. Timah telah dimanfaatkan manusia selama ribuan tahun. Logam dengan unsur kimia Sn dan nomor atom 50 ini berwarna putih keperakan, mudah ditempa, tahan karat, dan tidak mudah teroksidasi. Sejak tahun 1995, PT Timah telah tercatat di Bursa Efek Indonesia. Pada tanggal 29 November 2017, sesuai dengan Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 47 Tahun 2017 tentang penambahan penyertaan modal negara Republik Indonesia ke dalam modal saham PT Inalum Persero, PT Timah bersama PT Aneka Tambang, PT Bukit Asam, dan PT Freeport Indonesia resmi tercatat sebagai anggota holding industri pertambangan di bawah naungan PT Indonesia Asahan Aluminium atau Inalum. Sebanyak 65% kepemilikan saham PT Timah dimiliki pemerintah melalui PT Inalum dan 35% oleh publik. PT Timah merupakan perusahaan penambangan yang terintegrasi, mulai dari eksplorasi, penambangan, pengolahan, smelter, hingga pemasaran. Dalam kegiatan penambangannya, PT Timah selalu berpedoman pada undang-undang dan aturan yang berlaku dan fokus pada penambangan berwawasan lingkungan atau good mining practice. Penambangan di darat di wilayah izin usaha pertambangan Timah berlokasi di Pulau Bangka dan Belitung. Penambangan aluvial ini menggunakan ekskavator dan pompa semprot atau gravel pump. Sedangkan penambangan timah di laut menggunakan jenis kapal keruk jenis bucket line dredge dengan ukuran mangkok mulai dari 14 kubik feet sampai dengan 24 kubik feet. Pengerukan mulai 15 meter sampai 50 meter di bawah permukaan laut. Kemampuan galinya lebih dari 2,5 juta meter kubik setiap bulannya. Selain menggunakan bucket line dredge, digunakan juga kapal isap produksi dengan kemampuan gali mencapai 40 meter di bawah permukaan laut. PT Timah juga telah mengoperasikan bucket wheel dredge sebagai pengganti bucket line dredge. Kapal ini mampu menggali sampai 70 meter di bawah permukaan laut. Sebelum dilebur, biji timah hasil tambang dengan kadar antara 20% sampai 60% diproses dahulu di pusat pencucian biji timah. Setelah dipisahkan dari mineral ikutan lainnya, kadar Sn ditingkatkan hingga mencapai 70% hingga 72% sebagai syarat utama peleburan. Untuk mendapatkan logam timah berkualitas tinggi dengan kadar timbal atau Pb yang rendah, maka harus dilakukan pemurnian, prosesnya memakai crystallizer dan electrolytic refining. Proses peleburan dilakukan di Muntok, Bangka Barat, dan di Kundur, Kepulauan Riau. Saat ini dikembangkan proyek fuming furnace untuk mendukung operasional peleburan. Usai peleburan dengan titik didih 1350 derajat Celcius, timah cair kemudian dicetak menjadi balok dengan berat antara 16 kg sampai dengan 30 kg per batang. Jenis logam timah yang diproduksi PT Timah dibagi atas kualitas dan bentuknya, yakni Bangka Tin, Kundur Tin, Bangka Lowlit, dan Bangka 49. Merek dagang Bangka Tin dan Kundur Tin terdaftar di London Metal Exchange dan bersertifikasi CFS dari RMI. Negara tujuan ekspor antara lain Jepang, Korea, Taiwan, Cina, Singapura, Belanda, Jerman, Prancis, Spanyol, Italia, serta wilayah Amerika Serikat dan Kanada. Kegiatan usaha PT Timah Tbk ditunjang beberapa anak perusahaan, yakni PT Timah Industri, PT Timah Investasi Mineral, Timah International Investment, PT Dok dan Perkapalan Air Katung, Indometal London Limited, PT Rumah Sakit Bakti Timah, PT Timah Karya Properti Persada, PT Timah Agro Manunggal. Guna menjaga eksistensi perusahaan, dicanangkan 4 pilar utama rencana pengembangan perusahaan yang mencakup Pilar 1, mempertahankan dan memperkuat bisnis tin mining perusahaan dengan melakukan peningkatan jumlah cadangan timah serta peningkatan produksi melalui upgrading kapabilitas SDM, teknologi, dan kesiapan alat produksi. Pilar 2, pengembangan bisnis non-tin mining dengan fokus pada mineral ikutan timah dan REE guna diversifikasi risiko bisnis. Pilar 3, pengembangan bisnis hilir timah secara agresif dengan menguasai pasar domestik dan menembus pasar global. Industri hilir pertimahan, tin chemical, dan tin solder dikembangkan melalui PT Timah Industri yang berlokasi di kawasan Krakatau Industrial Estate Cilegon. PT Timah Industri memiliki peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap dan modern untuk menjamin reliabilitas produk dan kepercayaan konsumen. Pilar 4, pengembangan bisnis selektif. Fokus pada bisnis yang memberikan keuntungan kompetitif pada grup PT Timah seperti galangan kapal dan trading, optimasi aset strategis non-operasi perusahaan, menjajaki bisnis pasir beton, dan pengembangan pariwisata. PT Dok dan Perkapalan Air Kantung atau PT DAK bergerak di bidang usaha industri perkapalan. PT DAK berpengalaman membuat kapal isap produksi, kapal feri atau roro, kapal eksplorasi, tugboat, tongkang, kapal fiber, kapal aluminium, dan telah melakukan perbaikan bermacam jenis kapal seperti kapal pertambangan, niaga, kargo, serta kapal tanker. PT Rumah Sakit Bakti Timah mengelola bisnis rumah sakit sebagai bagian dari pengembangan usaha PT Timah. Saat ini, PT RSBT mengelola rumah sakit dan klinik yang tersebar di Bangka, Belitung, dan Kepulauan Riau. Untuk mengoptimalkan aset non-operasional, PT Timah membentuk PT Timah Karya Persada Properti yang bergerak dalam bidang properti. Perusahaan ini mengelola aset yang tersebar di Jakarta, Bekasi, dan wilayah operasional PT Timah lainnya. Salah satu faktor penting berkelanjutan operasi dan usaha adalah sumber daya manusia. PT Timah terus berupaya mengembangkan SDM berbasis karakter unggul dalam kerja maupun perilaku. Hasil kerja keras semua pihak ini membuahkan penghargaan dari berbagai lembaga, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri. Salah satunya keberhasilan meraih penghargaan Proper Hijau 2019 atas komitmen dan kinerja perusahaan dalam menerapkan good mining practices. Sebagai entitas di tengah masyarakat, PT Timah mempunyai program tanggung jawab di bidang sarana, pendidikan, kesehatan, usaha mikro, sosial dan pelestarian lingkungan. PT Timah Tbk, perusahaan pertambangan terkemuka di dunia yang ramah lingkungan.
Welcome to 12th MGEI Annual Convention. And now we will hear the announcement of the winners of Student Research Poster Contest.
Here with us, Kak Lincoln Serilin, as the committee of SRPC will announce the winners of the competitions.
Woo! Hi,
Halo,
Kak Lincoln.
Kak Lincoln. Hai, Kak Lincoln.
Can you hear us, Kak?
Grace and Dinda.
Hello. So are you ready to announce the winners of SRPC?
Kak Lincoln, can you please close your microphone?
Okay. Yes, I'm ready. Thank you for the time. Hello, Grace
Okay,
and
Kak.
Dinda. How are you?
We're doing good here, Kak.
Oke, Kak Lincoln.
Okay, Kak Lincoln, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, could you see my screen, Dinda and Grace?
Yes, Kak.
Yes, Kak.
Okay, thank you, my beautiful sister. So, for all the participants of SRPC 2020, first of all, thank you very much to you for being the contestant in the SRPC 2020 in MGEI Annual Convention. So we really appreciate
Kak Lincoln.
for the all contestant award from the start to finish.
Sorry, Kak.
Yes. Sorry.
Please can full screen your PPT.
Full screen
Okay.
of the PPT. For the slide, please, for the
Okay.
extended.
Okay.
Thank you, Kak Lincoln.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So we really appreciate for you all the contestants from the start to finish the SRPC stages. We know everything is done with your great effort and struggle. So we hope whatever the result could be useful for your future, for your self-development and your career also, and as well as beneficial to the others. And for your information, the first winner will be invited to present the presentation for 10 minutes after this announcement of the winner. Okay, so are you ready? If you feel that you are the winner, so please prepare your presentation. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this year's SRPC were attended by 25 contestants, 4 persons from Sumatra and 96 from Java. And after passing the judges' assessment, 16 abstracts were accepted. That from UPN, 2 contestants, UNSRI, 1 contestant, UGM, 10 contestants, ITNY, 1 contestant, ITB, 1 contestant, and Trisakti, 1 contestant. We hope that next year there will be more contestants, so we'll be more young accomplished geologists. And the 16 contestants then continue their poster presentation, which was held for 2 days on 19 and 23rd October 2020. And here the judges that participating in this SRPC are as follow: Pak Adi Maulana, Pak Syahreza Saidina Angkasa, Pak Arifuddin Idrus, Ibu Rosmalia Dita Nugraihaini, dan Pak Irfan Marwanza, Pak Oki Ferdiansyah, Pak Reza Alfurkan, dan Pak Andi Yahya. Thank you to all the judges for taking your time. Good luck for your career. All right, now it's time for us to announce the winner of SRPC 2020. Of course, all the contestants are the best, and among of all the best, there were finally 6 scores with the highest scores. And the time we will announce you the 6 highest scores. Are you ready, guys? Okay. So, guys, the 6th place is turn to Prayoga Kurniawan dari Universitas Sriwijaya. Please give applause. And then the 5th place is turned to Adinda Ramadhani Haka Putri from Universitas Gajah Mada. And then the 4th place is turned to Ahmad Najili from Institut Teknologi Bandung. And here we go. The 3rd winner is Habil Abdillah from Universitas Gajah Mada. 2nd winner is Mardiawan Tri Susetiono dari Universitas Gajah Mada. And the winner is turn to Aulia Agus Patria from Universitas Gajah Mada. Congratulations to you guys.
And we're gonna have a wrap up from Bapak Zain Tuakia.
Yes.
Halo Pak Zain.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Pak Zain. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oke,
So can
Pak
I share
Zain.
my screen?
Oke, Pak Zain.
Time is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, can you see my screen or still not yet?
Yes, yes, Pak Zain.
Still
Okay, I can.
Okay.
Could you please full screen this slide of your PPT?
Okay.
Thank
Right now
you.
it's okay?
Yeah, it's very good.
Okay. So thank you for the MC, thank you for the committee and MGI to give the opportunity to wrap up the special session. So my name is Muhammad Zain Tuakia. So I will give the wrap up for the SDMC 2024 day 5 to 27 October 2020. So first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the speakers, for the moderator for this special session, and for all of you that's still with us until today and until this time. Okay, so the agenda for this or for today is we had the special session with title Revitalizing Mineral Discovery and Exploration Business in Indonesia. For the first talk, the Mr. Dr. Engineer Ridwan Jamaluddin, MSc, as Directorate General of Mineral and Coal of Kementerian SDM Republic of Indonesia, opened this talk. And this special session moderated by Mr. STJ Budi Santoso as chairman of MGEI. So he is our keynote speaker. In the first talk was Professor David Cook. from Coach and TMVC, and the next one was Mr. Malcolm Norris, but unfortunately he was not presenting. Sorry, this is wrong. And after the Professor David Cook, so Mr. Owen Haggerty gave the presentation. He is executive chairman of EMR Capital, and followed by Mr. Adi Marino from G Resources, and the last presenter was Mr. Andri B. Firmanto. He is the Deputy Director of Mineral Exploration Supervision of SDM of Republic of Indonesia. So what I can note from Mr. Ridwan Jamaluddin in the opening remark was now we need to do exploration to increase new discovery in Indonesia. But to develop the best exploration, we need the policy and regulation from the government. So the government needs to improve the clarity and facility to improve the support to the mining industry. Some surveys and study they will do to support the mining industry. For example, in 2020, the government of Indonesia issued the law number 3 of 2020, which is an amendment of the law number 4 in 2009. So implementation of 3 indicators to measure a good exploration performance every year, namely budget exploration to revenue ratio, cover area, and reserve replacement ratio is important. And the last one, the realization of Indonesia exploration investment. So we are now facing the new era of exploration in Indonesia. And move to the Professor David Cook. In his talk, we title right ingredients for discovery. Actually, listen from the discovery of unconventional porphyry copper and gold deposit in the Kadia district of North Southwest Australia. So why is mineral exploration to be important? The first is mining provide most of society raw material for construction and infrastructure. Increasing population growth globally coupled with technology innovation and a transition to renewable energy solution are driving increasing demand of base, precious, and critical metals such as copper. And discovery of new mineral resources is therefore essential to sustain and improve our quality of life in the 21st century. But discovering new ore deposit is hard. Many factors need to come together for exploration success. So, yeah, copper, one of the major industrial metal, important alloys, and many applications in the world. So, in the green energy, actually, we need or it requires more copper than fossil fuel or nuclear power. So, the copper is used in turbines, generator transformers, inverters, electrical cable, and etc. So now cumulative global copper production is about 500 549.7 million tons, and current global resources is 3,000 is around 3,000 million tons copper, and one third of the current global resource is coming from Chile. So 75% global resource contained in porphyry deposit type. So copper can supply continue to meet the demand. It Actually, this is the one of the good questions. So without new copper mines, the global copper supply gap is predicted to exceed 15 million ton by 2035. So Kadia district, the alkali porphyry copper gold and copper and copper gold skarn with result is about 50 million ounces gold and 9.5 million ton of copper, making discovery under cover by exploration the young rock and soil can completely obscure or deposit actually. By they provide enormous talents for mineral exploration. So by the extended drilling in the NC 3712 to 850 meters, so the company finally discovered the the new resources. So the Cardia success story is about combination of teamwork, flexibility, critical insight, and model refinement, deep drilling, strong support from the board. So actually the right ingredients for discovery is the first choosing the right ground to explore, and then the second building strong community relationship and trust. The third is applying the right exploration techniques. The fourth is inspiring senior management's confidence and support. The fifth is recognizing the subtle signs of mineralization, and the last one is making smart decisions about when to persist and when to walk away. So, although these factors appear diverse, they are linked by a common trait. It is uh, which is people. So, to succeed in exploration, it's essential to have right people doing the right things in the right places. So move to the presentation by Owen Haggerty, how to make Indonesia great again in discovery business. Actually, the AMR capital company has some investment in Indonesia, one in Martabe and Ashamed in Kalimantan and Aceh. So multi-decade demand thematics. Commodity demand has weather shocks and cycles. The world demand of metal double about every 50 years. So the combination of increasing demand and constrained supply support the fundamentals for commodity price. So future supply difficult to maintain because the scarcity of the resources, lower exploration expenditure, equipment and labor availability, compliance and permitting requirements, substandard infrastructure and finance availability is become the more important to continue the supply of the mineral resource. So positive cover fundamental is what, for example, infrastructure stimulus in China, and the condition extremely support for gold is accommodative monetary policy is become important. So opportunity for mining in Indonesia is excellent regional uh, because the Indonesia located in the ring of fire with excellent regional prospectivity or has good potential in tectonic setting. So actually Indonesia potential is outstanding, but why Chile is still dominant? So actually we are better in prospectivity, but not in copper production. So it is one of the big homework for us actually. So Chile with economy built on copper, there are significant copper resources, progressive legislation, healthy investment environment, mining excellence driven by trade influence, and etc. So Indonesia investment landscape is infrastructure and logistic, legislative and regulatory framework are still improving. So we need to clear this one and continually improving in exploration and mining environment actually. Move to the next speaker from Mr. Ari Mariono, enhancing a discovery success at early exploration stage. So the global challenge and trend of discovery, namely, so now we are more difficult to find the deposit because increasing exploration budget, but decreasing discovery rate. And then the deposit become deeper, so it uh, quite difficult for us to find in easy ways. And then more expensive actually, and has the longer time lag to from survey to discovery and to the production. Actually, approximately 10 years for Indonesia. So dealing with more challenging discovery business, integration of various exploration technique, geological, geochemical, geophysical spectrum is need, and then new innovation we need, new knowledge, new techniques or technology as we are needed, and then right corporate strategy. Some company make a deposit plus 1 billion ton BT size very rewarding from zero to hero. So for the regional framework study, it needs multidisciplinary approach study. So from data gathering, and then framework development, prospectivity development, and area targeting. So from data collection gathering from different sources, building of spatial database, and compilation and processing of multiple layer of spatial data in GIS format, and then interpretation and analysis of multiple data layers into meaningful production data, integration of artificial intelligence processing with suitable criteria is important. And the last, for area targeting is exploration targeting, rating, ranking, and project prioritization. And as I cannot hear, state of the art in exploration is the geology and science, geochemistry, geophysics, and spectral and remote sensing. So actually, the company need to do all these things, but it depends on the budget of the exploration. So by doing these things, we hope we can find the new discovery and and new deposit in the next future. So the Mr. Adi Moreno note, like quote from G research. So actually, to enhancing a discovery success in early exploration stage is passionate of geologists and executive commitment and understanding a basic geology leading to the identification and delineation of the large resources. Okay, for the Mr. Andre B. Firmanto, the last speaker, we title New Mining Law, Restoring Mineral Exploration and Mining Investment. So after 10 years of the implementation of Law Number 4 of 2009, the government of Indonesia continued to strive to improve the performance of mineral and coal exploration in Indonesia. And in 2018, Indonesia was a middle class country based on the total cost budget for exploration activity, which was around 100 million US dollar. And in 2009, although the global exploration cost trend has decreased, in fact, Indonesia is one of the countries that experienced an increase in exploration costs in 2009, in 2019, which is almost 50 million US dollar. And since 2016, mineral and coal exploration investment was increasing, and in planning ahead after 2020, exploration investment to national investment tend to increase every year. So the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia sets three indicators to measure a good exploration performance every year. As I mentioned before, they are namely budget exploration to revenue ratio, coverage area, and the reserve replacement ratio. In 2020, the government of Indonesia issued Law Number 3 of 2020, which is an amendment to Law Number 4 in 2009, and its derivative regulation which regulate aspects of mineral and coal mining exploration, including the exploration period, can be extended, business certainty, reserve security funds, and development exploration of minerals and coal exploration assignments, as well as opportunity for junior mining companies. So increasing exploration activity. So the most purpose of this new regulation is to increasing exploration activities to encourage the discovery of mineral and coal deposits. So exploration aspect in mining law, and then actually this is still in draft, exploration aspect in mining law directive. So important provision of this draft is first extension of exploration period, and then exploration assignment, and the third is development exploration. So in order to increase exploration activity, so the government of Indonesia implements four strategies. The first is regulate regarding exploration, and then the second is monitoring exploration performance. The third is utilizing information technology and facilitating the exploration problem solving. And the last one, in order to increase investor interest in exploration, government of Indonesia has made the following effort. The first is establishing investment-friendly regulation, doing supervision and monitoring tighter and more measured, synchronized and optimization of the utilization of the same space with other sectors. And the last one, the utilization of information technology and managing exploration activity. So all this all from me. So thank you for listening and see you tomorrow. So Grace and yeah, I give back to you.
Thank you,
Thank
Pak
you.
Zain, for the wrap up of the discussions today.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, before we close our event for today, we would like to invite you to turn on your video because we have a game.
Yes, but before we have to a game, we would like to announce the winners of the previous game.
So this is the winners of our previous games. Guess a song.
Oh,
Okay.
maybe the operator not ready yet.
All right. So we move to our games, and
Wow.
yeah.
So what's the game, Grace?
Okay, the games is How MGEI Are You Part 2.
Oh wow, fantastic. So what's the difference from the previous game on the part 1?
Okay, so the previous game, we are asked the participants to show their identity card or pin or something else that show and prove they're members of MGEI.
Oh wow,
But
okay.
in this part, we will give some questions to you, to all the participants, and yeah, if you follow the MGEI for first day until now, you definitely can answer our questions.
Okay, but before that, maybe we can wait for the participants to open your video, please.
Okay.
Okay, we will wait.
So if you know the answer, just raise a hand and we're gonna shout out your name.
Okay, here it is, Grace.
Woohoo!
The participants is ready for the game.
Yeah. Okay, please open your camera.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us today.
Hi everyone.
All right, let's move to our first question. Please, Dinda.
Okay. So please listen carefully for the questions number 1. Mentions 5 names of speakers in day 1 to day 4 of the MGI annual conventions this year.
Anyone? Maybe you can repeat your question, please.
Okay, second. Repeat it. Okay. Oh, maybe
Bapak Igede?
Oke.
Bapak Igede Sukadana.
Halo, Pak.
Halo.
Hey, Pak. Okay, so you know the answer, right?
Yeah. In the first session we have the second session we have Pak Sukiar, Pak Adeka Darusman, so Pak yesterday
Come on.
we had
Okay.
how many?
5 names, Pak. 5 names.
Okay, 3 more to go.
More to go in. I'm groggy.
You forgot the name. We will give
Yeah.
time.
Me.
We will give
10
time.
seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6,
Okay, Pak Gede, you can try it.
3, 2, 1. All right. So sorry, Pak Gede. All right. We're next to our participant in the same question. Anyone? 5 speaker name.
From day 1 to day 4. Oh, we have
Mbak
Mbak
Ocha?
Ocha.
Halo.
Hi, Mbak Ocha.
Hai Mbak Ocha.
Hai.
Okay,
How
Mbak
are
Ocha.
you?
So you got the names, right?
Yes, Pak Sukiar, Mr. Adeka Darusman, Bolong, Panusa, sama Pak siapa ya?
Okay.
One more Mbak Ocha. Konon.
Yang terkenal siapa ya? Pak Ridwan Jamaludin nggak boleh?
No,
Hari ini boleh
just
nggak?
from first day until 4th day.
For day.
One more to go.
One more.
Siapa lagi ya? Kok jadi gemeteran juga? Ya udah Pak Dana. Yang banyak pertanyaan ya kan Pak Gede kan? Nah untung ingat saya.
Oh yeah.
You're completing the answer, Mbak Ocha.
Thank
Yang
you so
paling
much,
banyak
Mbak Ocha.
pertanyaan.
Thank you, Mbak Ocha.
Thank you so much, Mbak Ocha.
Okay.
Oke.
Oh, Mbak
Okay.
Ocha, can we take a picture?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you so much, Mbak Ocha.
Maybe we can move to the second questions, Grace.
Okay. Listen carefully. Mention 5 names of sponsors who have supported MGEI Annual 2020?
Okay, click the raise hand. Anyone? Raise your hand. Maybe another participants?
Yeah. Mention 5 names of sponsors. Sponsors who have supported our event.
5 sponsors.
Mbak Ocha, Pak Gede, just wait. We wait for another participants to answer. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anyone?
Anyone want to try? 5 sponsors who's supporting MGEI this year. Oh, maybe we have a participant.
Oh, hi, Kadita.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Kadita. It's real nice to meet you.
And I'm going to pray actually, but since I hear about you gonna have a quiz, so I just stand up here. Okay, I'm ready to answer it. First is a king card, and the second georesources, georesource, literacy, and then Antam, IQ. What else? Udah ya?
No. 2 more to go. 2 more.
Timah, PT Timah.
Yes. 1 more.
Georesource, PT Timah, Antam, Cube, and then Agin card, and then what else? 5 or I think that's already 5.
One more. Sorry.
Inalum.
Oh yes.
Inalum. Yes.
All right. You
Completing
got
the
it.
answer.
Congratulations, Kadita.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Okay, let's take a picture. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, cheese. Okay, Kadita is also a judge
For the
SRPC
contest.
Wow,
Yay.
thank you so much, Kak.
Okay, we move to questions number 3. Listen carefully. Mention the last 3 cities that held the MGEI annual convention. Okay. The
3 cities. Before the pandemic, we also have offline convention, right?
Yes.
So, where it is?
Maybe repeat the questions, Grace. Okay. Mention the last 3 cities that held the MGEI annual convention.
Hello?
Hello.
Anyone? Halo.
Halo Kak Risa.
Kak Risa.
Halo.
Hai
Kak
Kak.
Risa.
Halo.
Okay,
Can you hear
so
me?
okay, we wait for your answer.
Ada kota Bogor, Makassar, sama Jogja.
Yes, you're completing the answer. Congratulations, Kak Risa.
Congratulations, Kak Risa. Wow, ini perempuan-perempuan semua ya, Dinda
Oh,
ya?
ya betul sekali, Grace. Kayaknya kita baru mendapatkan penjawabnya dari perempuan ya.
Oke, mungkin next kita ke laki-laki ya.
Mungkin tapi kita foto dulu kali ya sama Kak Risa.
Oke, sure.
Kak Risa, ayo kita foto dulu ya. 3, 2, 1. Alright.
Thank you, Kak Risa.
Thank you, Kak Risa. Maybe we can move to another questions.
Yeah.
And hoping for the male answer. Okay.
Okay. So the third question. Mention the last 3 chairmen of MGEI before Bapak STJ Budi Santoso. Alright. Is that clear? Once again, mention the last 3 chairmen of MGEI before Bapak Budi Santoso. Halo Pak.
Halo.
Maybe halo Mas
Pak.
Bashar.
Hello.
Halo Mas
Ya.
Bashar.
Hai Mas.
So we
Ya,
wait for the
three.
answer.
Okay, 3
chairman. First is Pak Daru, and then Pak Bronto, and then Pak Arjardi.
Okay, you're completing the answer. Congratulations, Mas Bashar.
Congratulations, Mas. Let's take a picture together. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Wow, stay safe, Mas.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, this is our last question, right?
Oh, okay, we will have last questions. Okay, listen carefully.
Okay.
Okay, Grace. When was the MGEI was established? Okay, maybe repeat it. When was the MGEI established? Okay, we will wait the answer. Any participants?
Anyone? Maybe you can repeat once again the question.
Oh, okay, Grace. When was the MGEI established? Okay, the clue is MGEI is established when.
Okay.
Oh.
Pak Dedi.
Pak Gede.
Oh, Pak Gede.
Wow,
Wow,
Pak
Pak
Gede
Gede.
sangat semangat sekali ingin menjawab.
Oke.
Oke, maybe kita akan menunggu untuk partisipan yang lain. Pak Gede mohon tunggu sebentar. Terima kasih atas semangatnya juga loh Pak Gede.
So yeah, the clue is on MGEI logo, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the clue. That's a big
the
clue.
And you will know the answer.
Just search to the MGEI logo and you found that.
Yeah, maybe I will try in Indonesia. Kapan MGEI dibentuk? And you will know the answer.
Anyone? So the winners will get e-card and also the mask from us. That's really useful now. So yeah, anyone?
Anyone click on the raise hand button?
Ali Reza. Is that you?
Hi Ali Reza, maybe you can open your video.
Hi Reza.
Oh, hi Reza.
Hi.
So we wait for your answer.
So the MGI is established in Bandung on 27 August 2008.
Yes, you completing the answer. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Let's take a picture. Reza is one of the contestant. SRPC. Yes.
3, 2, 1.
Cheese. Woohoo.
Okay, Grace, maybe we have 5 questions.
Yes, that's all. We're over now.
Yeah, but maybe we will announce for the winners of the previous game.
Guess a song.
Yes, guess a song.
So here it is. The winner of the Guess a Song is
Mas
Jalubias. Next. Mas Jalubias, congratulations.
Okay, next for the winners. Oh, maybe we can just read the winners. Okay, so the winner is Mas Jalubias. Second is Akbar Maharsha Putra. Third is Rubima Aisyah Yulman.
Yes.
Okay. And the last winners is Isto Anandoto. Congratulations for the winners.
Yes, we're so excited. And yeah, this is okay. So yeah, let's move to our photo session right now. Please open your camera.
Everyone, please turn on your camera.
Okay. Open your video in my countdown.
Okay, wait. Maybe we can wait for the participants, Grace.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Cheers. Okay, hold on.
Steady.
Steady.
Give your best pose.
Give your best smiles.
Steady, guys.
Hold on.
All right.
Okay.
Woo! Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yeah, this is the end of our event. My name is Grace and my partner,
Dinda Haka.
Thank you for attending day 5 of 12 MGEI Annual Convention.
And do log in once again tomorrow on October 28th on 8 a.m.
Yes, and discussion will cover about integration of geology into mining process from exploration to operation, advanced applied science concept and techniques in exploration part 2, and welcome to Marai in modeling and project delineation.
And thank you to 12 MGEI Annual Convention sponsors. There are
PT Geofix Indonesia,
PT J Resources Nusantara as Superbite sponsors,
PT Agincourt Resources,
PT Petrosi Tbk,
Sequin Australia Pty Limited as our terabyte sponsors,
PT Ceria Nugraha Indotama as Gigabyte sponsors,
PT Sumacorp,
PT Nusa Halmahera Mineral,
PT Pegadaian Persero Laboratorium Gemologi,
PT Sulawesi Cahaya Mineral,
PT Antam Tbk,
PT Vale Indonesia Tbk as Megabyte sponsors,
PT Timah Tbk,
PT Inalum,
PT Freeport Indonesia,
PT Merdeka Copper Gold Tbk,
Drilling Solution Indonesia,
PT Eksplorasi Nusa Jaya,
PT Indodrill Indonesia,
PT Sumbawa Timur Mining,
DNP Konsultan Indonesia as our kilobyte sponsors,
Cube Consulting,
and Geovariances as others,
and Micromine Indonesia as our partner.
So thank you to all the sponsors and presenters and moderators.
Dan jangan lupa untuk tetap menerapkan 3M, yaitu mencuci tangan, memakai masker, dan juga menjaga jarak.
Wash your hand, wearing mask, and social and physical distancing. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.